Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始红火进行了一波绕后的位置，是想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
You came to watch me dance.
阿凯就是不要他，看到这一波马上进场，再来一枪，还能再收一个。步枪进场，收枪，微博有点遭不住啊。
理解知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
但是上飞直接开，把明天运进去，但凯开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下凯。先生选择了回闪。
If you came to watch me dance,
这个迷人的蓝进场，先将别人给秒了。
perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
来一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
进去上过桥，转腰回头一下。
than the sweet scent of blood.
段阳再一次站了出来，自己还有个波甲，再加上那个明刀，
公孙离来了，
直复活给了一推。
what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. It's our time to shine. Highlight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships Group Stage, Week 1, Day 1. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Pena.
I'm the caster and commentary for today, TianYun. So nice to be here.
So nice to be here.
Day
Group
1,
Stage is already
Week 1.
here.
Already, how time flies, you know.
I know.
I'm still trying to grab my memory, like throughout the wildcard qualifier, throughout the first round and the second round, the KPL qualifiers, a lot of memories.
And then just right over here is just the group stage. The 16 top teams around the world are going to be battling for one of the spots moving forward into quarterfinals, right?
You know, we have been discussed group stage this term for a long time.
Yes.
And finally, here we are.
Here we are. And then for you at home that just got here and don't understand what's going on, we still have a VCR prepared for you so you can understand how the tournament's going to work. Let's take a look.
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages: KIC2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkiye area, Latin area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of wildcard qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. Where 8 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single-cycle best-of-1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chengdu Wolves and Wuhan Esports Pro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL qualifier from November 25th to 30th, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best-of-7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
Are you ready? That's the question that we're asking every single person right now. Are you ready for 2 weeks of amazing performances? We're gonna go from December the 3rd all the way until December 13th.
Yeah, of course, we will have like several days to rest, but for all the time, most of the time, we will have our matches going on. So stay tuned, remember this.
Oh yeah, stay tuned, take your notes, take a pencil. Come on, it's important that you come over here and then you take notes.
course.
Because believe me, this is a great opportunity for you to learn. And what a better way to learn than just talking a little bit about the heroes.
So for today, like 3 very highly picked heroes are shown in the hero data. As we can see, they have a lot of wins. They have a lot of wonderful performances in our matches early on. For example, we constantly see this bottom lane duo together, like KIC2022 and Gen.G go to the bottom lane, encouraging the whole duel to be a very powerful one. You will constantly getting those wave priority when you're using this kind of duel.
And if you talk about wave priority, Zhouyu, right?
What?
Zhouyu just cleans waves so quickly mid lane, allowing him just to move around, just rotating, going to top, going to bottom. Zhouyu in mid lane, it's really one of the top picks if what you want is control over vision.
One of the best solutions for this current meta we're playing, especially in this current meta we're adopting in KIC2022, because we have to choose those mages who will make quick rotations and clean the waves as soon as possible. So Wave and Zhouyu will be one of the best choices for you.
These 3 just go with the meta. They just go with the meta. They clean wave quickly. They allow you to have a winning lane either in top or bottom.
Of course.
So you can start just running around, just rotating, moving around. The roaming stages are just going to be so important.
Yeah, there's a lot of matches for today. Just take a look at the game schedule. So we will be together watching 4 matches for today. And these are the teams that still surviving and find a way to try and continue their journey in 2022 KIC other area teams.
I'm just looking forward to see what they got, what FUTNOVA is going to bring, what YaLLa Esports is going to bring. We're gonna have matchups between other areas teams, between each other, and we're gonna have other areas against KPL teams. It's going to be amazing. It's gonna be a great day.
Because you know, these 4 teams who directly got qualified to a group stage, they have been resting for a long time. Almost 1 month is ready, is for them to prepare for what's gonna happen in the group stage.
It's been a long wait for them. They really want to get this Nanjing here against Gen.G Esports, our first match of the day. FUTNOVA Esports against Bacon Time, Impunity against YaLLa Esports, Chengdu AG against SCARZ. That last one is going to be a feast.
And thank you again for your messages. We are looking at some of your messages. Some of these teams really need to leave their individual ego on the doorstep and actually play as a proper team. Good comments, though.
Oh, come on, it's a 5v5. If you're thinking that you can come to this top level competition and carry the team, that does not happen. So it's going to be important for not only the other area teams, for the KPL teams as well. There's no heroes in here. There's no one person just carrying the whole team. You need to play with your team.
I mean, there's no word to like solo fighters.
True.
It's a game of 5 people. You really have to reunite together as a team and go for more.
Well, let's talk a little bit about individuals. We know that teams are made out of individuals, and those individual skills are important. Hero, no fear.
So we have seen this poster up on and on for several times. For these players, he has a lot of achievements, and I spent over 10 minutes talking about this particular player because he is going as a like scheduled step 1, step 2, and 2 the KPL. He started his professional league in the KPL GT, and gradually you see the improvement he got from the champion, from the MVP from 2020 in KPL GT, and then move forward to KPL and finally become the champion for 2021 sprint season champion.
Oh, come on, No Fear has had like that story that just comes from the books, right?
Building up.
Like you start from the bottom and then you go to the top one step at a time. And No Fear is a great example of that.
And more to that is that No Fear is actually experiencing a lot of ups and downs, because Hero is not performing so good in like last year's tournament. So they really like suffered a lot and finally came to the stage where they finally found themselves in the group stage in 2022 KIC.
Dongfang, No Fear, Xinghen, Bell, and Jiuku, the 5 names for Hero, for Nanjing Hero.
No change in the starting up list.
No change whatsoever.
That's the good news. They're stable enough as a team.
Ooh, Gen.G, JY, Sui, Glow, Waylin, and Faye. Let's see what the boys have for today. Now, let's move on. Keep online.
Türkiye şampiyonu efendim, istediklerini elde ettiler FUTNOVA tarafı.
Burada Türkleri temsil etmek gurur verici.
Fase de grupos a novo início.
Vamos a mostrarle a todo el mundo la garra de Latinoamérica.
حان الوقت لإظهار نورنا إلى العالم.
Look at that Ata coming in behind, pushing everyone in there. Lamits has
หมาอยู่ล่างเพื่อนหมาอยู่ล่าง
shoots and he's wide, and then after that the anger of the land. 1 and 2 and 3 kills for ladies and it's a triple kill.
بطولة العالم.
Nós estamos aqui.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm, and outward force brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally.
Everyone long for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents. Fight. Guard. Meet the unknown power. Challenge. Attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world. Shine like the star. Unbowed fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Unbowed fighters never walk alone. Ladies and gentlemen, group stage is here.
And the very first match to open up the entire group stage will be the battle between Hero versus Gen.G. A match that all of us, all of you are looking forward to see.
Oh, come on. This is going to be the first one. The first of 4 that we're going to have today. Remember, we're going to be going in a BO2, best of 2.
Yeah.
So that means that if you lose the first, you still have a chance to come back.
Of course.
But if you win it, you really want to go for the 3 points.
So here's how the rules are going right now. So in our group stage, we will have in total 4 groups, and 4 teams will be individually sent up in these individual groups.
Yep.
And the competition will be only going in the group. So the only opponents you'll be facing are the rest 3 teams.
Exactly. So it completely depends on which group where you put in, right?
Yep.
We're going to have A, B, C, and D. You're going to have a double round robin. That means that today we're going to have the first time that Nanjing Hero is going to be playing against Generation Gaming Esports. And then in the second week, they're going to have to face each other one more time.
And as the format is quite new because I've been casting this competition for over 5 years now. This is the very first. Yeah, this is my very first time to actually be working in a BO2 format. So BO2 stands for we will be seeing 3 consequences. 1-0.
Okay.
That's easy to understand. 2-0 and 1-1. So we'll be tie. So if we are seeing a tie as a result, so each team will be rewarded with only 1 point.
Okay.
But you will not lose any points if you are the losing side. Only the winner will be awarded with 3 points.
All right.
No
so 3
points deduction there.
3 points for the winner. If you draw 1-1, and if you lose, I'm so sorry for you, but you're going home with your empty hands.
And the first 2 will be finally advanced to the knockout stage, be the final 8.
Does it have any difference if you finish first or second place?
Oh, no.
No, right? Because there's going to be a
Doesn't
draw.
really matter, yes. There's going to be a draw deciding what kind of matchups we're going to be seeing in the knockout stage. So you just have to make sure you go up into the top 2.
That would be so cool because then you could have like the first place of A against the first place of B, just playing in quarterfinals. That would be completely unexpected.
Yep. You know, I always like we're doing is a double round robin because you can compare the difference between the first battle and the second one. It'll be very nice.
Well, it's going to depend on what the coaches, what the analysts, the notes that they're going to take, how they're going to see this. The man on your screen, Joshua, he is the man for the analysis.
Like the magician for Hero, he always finds a way to break through the darkness. This is the one who is all responsible to all the champion, to all the achievements for Nanjing Hero. This is the one man you're looking at, Jojo.
Hopefully Nanjing Hero today is going to bring us some surprises.
Yep.
And then starting from the BP, they just start with a very, very uncommon first ban. Zhaojun. Made
a lot of work then.
Yeah.
You know, Zhaojun is one of the most played heroes for Glow to play as a mage going into the mid lane, Gen.G.
Are they gonna force Glow to be playing on Shenmengxi?
I don't know, maybe. But like Gen.G stays in the red, which means that you will lose another priority when it comes to picking the first hero.
Yeah, exactly. So you can counter pick, but you cannot just take that priority of the
If
first
I
meta.
were like hero, I would go directly for the Shen Mengxi.
True,
Taken this choice away so that Gen.G will only have, let me count it. Zhou Yu, as we said that during the very beginning, the introduction phase of our game, and
there's no
Yixing.
Yixing,
Yixing might be the choice.
Yeah, Yixing would be really good in terms of working with Zhang Fei and Lu Bu. If
Like
they can
combo chains.
If they can just lock a Lu Bu in their next pick, that would be really good for them.
Of course. And since you know our opponent have already got the mid laner, so we will put our mid laner maybe in the third place, or otherwise just go for it in the next round.
If they don't take a mid laner, then probably it's gonna be Nanjing Heroes ball in their court, and they are gonna start banning everything, all the options that you have.
And more to that, in this BO2, we're playing a global VP, which means that the hero you choose in the very first game cannot be chosen again in the next one. This is something you have to save characters for the next matchup.
Lu Bu is going to be locked, and that's gonna be the option for top laner, just allowing Nanjing Hero to kind of like counter a little bit Glow's position.
You know, I love the composition for both teams.
Yeah.
They're not hiding anything. They're basically handing over the best cards they have. And they're like composition banks. I like this. And
if it be a BO7, then you need to be a little bit like a little bit more careful, right? But since it's a BO2, just put your hands on whatever meta you can get. Look at that, Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, and Gong Sun Li, and then on the other, Shen Mengxi, Lam, and Meng Tian. It doesn't get more meta than that.
Very strong composition it is. I can barely tell the difference, you know. I think like for the very first 3 picks, they're all okay. Okay, Zhou Yu and Shang Guan being taken away up the table. Shang Guan might be too aggressive. I really wonder if Gen.G will take it.
No. Like, I don't think that Glow would have wanted to play an assassin mage with this composition.
Maybe Hero is going to pick one of the marksmen who is extremely weak in the early game. That's the reason they take out this choice. The assassin in the mid, they have to make sure that you cannot get it.
Nanjing Hero, whenever that we're gonna have that first what?
TianYun, I love it. TianYun together with Meng Tian, a very typical choice, especially for Nanjing Hero.
I just love Nanjing Hero, man. I love casting their games.
Surprises, right?
I just love it. TianYun, like 0 participation whatsoever during wildcards and during KPL qualifiers round 1 and round 2, and then first game of group stage, bam, take that.
And this pretty much answered, you know, my curiosity. The reason they took this Shang Guan away is because they're looking directly going for the weak early game, right? They have to make sure that their opponent cannot get this kind of heroes he can trying to speed up the early rhythm of the entire match.
One of the things that we've been talking about during qualifiers is just when you have Meng Tian, the most important thing you need to do is to make it to level 4 before your opponent. If you make it to level 4 and that Lu Bu is still level 3, proc your ult, push in, and try to go for the kill. So No Fear is going to start. I cannot wonder anything else that No Fear could do but start from red and then just having his jungle path just start moving towards the top lane.
And the only strategy for Nanjing Hero to play in this match is they have to make sure the jungler like Lam, No Fear's playing, have to stay healthy enough so that it will buy themselves a lot more time to trying to make this game to the mid game. And starting from the beginning of the mid game, I think Nanjing Hero will be pretty much a very hard task to handle, because when Meng Tian together pair up with the TianYun, they will constantly getting the HP recovery.
How do you get the HP bar down? It's insane.
The damage from the opponent is not enough, clearly, you know?
It is clearly not enough. Like, you're gonna have Meng Tian that is already a pretty difficult hero to battle in a 1v1. And then when you have TianYun with that just HP recovery, Meng Tian can just proc his ult, get his 4 generals, already 5 HP bars that you need to be taken down.
That HP recovery is going to be insane. So if we are looking at a match lasted for over 20 minutes, I would probably say that Nanjing Hero should like own themselves over 80% of the win rates because the composition is so good and so powerful in the late game. But I think Gen.G still holds some possibility of winning is that they have to play a very aggressive one in the mid game so that they can earn themselves a lot of goal leads towards the enemy. That's the only way they can possibly win this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that is the analysis from our professional TianYun. Let's see what's going to happen. Nanjing here against Gen.G Esports. That's the first wave.
Like delicately designed way to trying to gain more waves. And again, making rotation two together, Bao and No Fear trying to have this right away.
Completely different to what I actually thought, right?
Yep.
Like No Fear just going straight for the invasion. Very aggressive.
You have to compare the speed when they're trying to finish the first lane in the mid. So actually after the red has been taken away, like the duel in the mid still are cleaning the wave.
Yes.
That's the differences when comparing to the speed of cleaning wave. That's a very important one.
We've been talking a lot about how important that mid lane wave is, right? And then from those little details, you can see that Hero is already coming with a very clear plan.
Again, some skirmish in the mid.
Look at that, Wei Lin being taken extremely low. He's going to have to move back.
Stealing away those HP bars.
To be one on top, look at that. Bell is going to be taken on Swayze and JY, trying to put some pressure on Lady Sun.
If you pair your support with a Smite, you're supposed to have ability to protect your jungle. But we're seeing like Faye is kind of stuck with Wei Lin together in the mid. That's how committed Hero is, trying to gain the wave priority in the mid. That's where the rhythm got started. Very nice movements here. And we're seeing like exchanging lanes, so Dongfang actually goes in the bottom.
Yes. So I was not expecting Dongfang to go to the bottom. I did not expect to see him in the first 2 minutes just starting bottom. But look at that, it's already 300-400 gold difference to Nanjing here, and there's been no fights whatsoever in these 2 minutes.
That's detailed work, you know.
The detailed work that they're gonna have to take if they want to finish as the champions. I know that in the eyes of Hero, group stage is just one step towards their goal. Their goal is the trophy.
And if I were to name one of the best things that Hero did really well is you keep invading into their enemy's jungle. They will continue to do the same.
Yeah, like they just don't let Miyamoto Musashi
have
take
the red.
even one red, right?
This is the second one, you know, from this game. I think Hero will continue to do so and trying to snowball and trying to have like over 5,000 gold lead.
First fight is going to come in. Lupu is going to jump in. It's going to be Lady Sun that is going to fall. Cyan is trying to recover, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a 2-0 trade.
It's a very good move from Gen.G. They know exactly, like, Hero is taking care of their jungle, so they choose to switch the lane into the bottom, trying to target on Bell. Very good move.
I just love the way that Swayze just said, you know what? You better start respecting. Show some respect. I'm still a jungler.
The jungle belongs to you, but the kills belongs to me.
Good trade.
Yeah.
I like that trade.
You have to start up. You have to find yourself a little more opportunities when it comes to team fights. As we are talking about, the disadvantage for Hero's composition that they are really weak in the early game.
In the early game, Hero cannot take any fights. Like their job is just going to be trying to control the resources.
Farming up.
Keep farming, keep bulking, get some items. Let's see what Dongfang and Xinghan can do. Like the rotations are going to be important to protect Lady Sun. Not to start fighting, but to protect Lady Sun.
I think to start the very beginning of this match, Gen.G is waiting for the right moment where Lu Bu will have reach himself at level 4 so that he will have ultimate. They're prepared for the bottom skirmish that happens. Wei Lin again, 1 versus 5.
Oh, 1 versus 5. He's being surrounded by everyone under the turret.
Wow,
he's going to fall, and the turret is going to follow him.
That's hard to, you know, trying to fight back 1 versus 5.
Just surrounded completely. Dongfang still has his ult. Couple more seconds.
The blue buff is about to spawn for Hero, so No Fear have to retreat back to their own jungle.
The timing is going to be key for Hero. They don't want to just take on one fight, winning that, and then just losing their advantage. Look at that, he's taking on JY. JY is going to proc his ult, trying to run away. Faye's taking extremely low. He's going to have to proc it. The wall blood comes in, but it's just going to allow him to run away.
So here is basically using all the abilities they have, trying to force out the ultimate from Zhang Fei. Like Fei is holding this ultimate for a very long time because Gen.G is trying to avoid doing those little team fights against Hero. So like a little bit trade back for Hero because they have gained themselves the ultimate from Zhang Fei.
Like sometimes you don't need to go for the kill.
Oh, the flickers have been forced out.
That was a random flicker forced out from Tungfang.
Maybe a clearless like mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but the bottom one turret gets down that easily. No.
More turrets keep following.
Not a very good sign for Gen.G, playing so passively.
If you have no turrets, then sorry, you cannot protect your resources.
Yep.
Glow is being spotted by Tungfang in the bush.
The next target will definitely be the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for Hero, trying to take down.
If they have full control of this, there's 30 seconds for the Overlord.
Another invasion, the red buff is being spawned, no fear, goes in the top.
And he's gonna take it uncontested. Lupu is going to jump in, JY trying to find some damage, and it's going to be no fear falling. And right now it's Gen.G, the ones that are on the hunt. Joku is going to fall as well. They're trying to come in, and Gen.G is going to take 2 more kills.
Yeah, because Hero obviously went too far using this invasion, but obviously Dongfang is looking for more. The ultimate is trying to push out by Fei.
Ooh, Dongfang is going to be caged in, but no one from Generation Gaming Esports dares to take the fight against him.
I mean, Gongsun Li went to the bottom while Yixin chose to go back, so not enough damage is needed. It will be Sean trying to take down Dongfang. We can see the replay here. So no fear use a lot of abilities trying to gain back this red, and Hero wanted to save No Fear because they think, you know, the healing, the recovery is enough, but just one more look at the time, 6 minutes. It's too early for TianYun.
Complete miscalculation of the HP recovery provided by TianYun in that moment. And that just gives Gen.G a little option, right? Like right now, look at the gold lead. It's gonna be Gen.G the one that's leading 1,000 gold.
They're leading. So right now, Gen.G, what Gen.G really need to do, you don't have to fight for the vision, you don't have to protect your jungle, you just make sure that the 2 frontliners, Zhang Fei together with Lu Bu, will have the ultimates available for the next team fights. They have enough damage, they have YaLLa quite wealthy compared to other marksmen, right?
YaLLa already with Doomsday.
It's enough.
Yeah, like by now, like at this moment, Hero does not have the items nor the ability to fight back. So if YaLLa is in a 1v1, he's got all the chances to win.
And then see the goal to Miyamoto Musashi. It's actually leading compared to No Fair.
One more time, we're gonna jump in. It's going to be the Heaven's Origin trying to box people in, but it's gonna be only 2 people. It's gonna be Miyamoto Musashi that is going to fall. Glow is gonna be taken extremely low, pushing back. It's gonna be a 2-0 trade for Hero, turning things around.
I mean, for this single team fight, I would say a very nice job done by Xinghen using the ultimate, poking away all the HP bars from the enemies, so that like Gen.G, Sui together with JY cannot find themselves, keeping themselves any alive, any rooms.
No, they're trying their best, but look at that. It's just not working. I thought that the way that JY used his ult, how he jumped in and then followed by Glow, would give them like the advantage. But in terms of mechanics, just Hero just showing that they're the top dog right now.
If the team fights will be lasting more than 10 seconds, I think Hero will definitely have some advantages because they will have the time trying to gain back the HP using the ultimate offered by TianYun. And let's see, the ultimate from the kitty bomb actually destroyed every single one's HP bar. And the team fight, Xinghen did a really good job.
That's why the all-round explosion is just such an important...
AoE damage is really needed in this kind of team fights. Again.
That's what makes Shenmongski right now just such a popular pick, right?
Yep.
Like he has the ability to actually make it all the way to your backliners with only some kitty bombs and an ultimate.
I think both players from both teams are chasing each other quite closely. There's not a very obvious goal differences comparing one to another. But as the time goes, Hero's composition will gradually become a more powerful one. But Gen.G is starting to fade out, so they better grab some opportunity they can, trying to engage, trying to find some time for engagement.
They need to force something to happen right now. They need to force something to happen right now because as the game goes, as you just mentioned, after we move from the 10 minutes mark, Hero's gonna have priority over the over the dragons.
The formation has been already formed. 1-4 formation split push. Like No Fear is constantly staying in the bottom, trying to gain more gold to himself, and the other 4 were remaining in the mid, trying to have some vision. And here we go, Glow just went down again.
Completely vanished from Bell's, right? Like Bell's ultimate right over there took Glow half HP bar down.
And right
No
now,
Fear.
10 minutes kick in.
10 minutes in, and right now it's going to be the Overlord that is going to be part of the game. 5,000, 0, and it's going to be for No Fear.
And the waves in the mid, like Hero constantly stay in the mid, trying to grab as much as possible for them. And 1 out of turret, tier 1 turret is being taken down by the side of Hero. And Gen.G, I think it's kind of hesitation are pretty much shunned, because they're trying to find a way, but because like Hero's members are staying so closely with one another, there's no definite way to break through. Like Gen.G is really did their best trying to find a way, but unfortunately I think there's no like loophole.
There's no clear option.
There's no loophole in the forming of the standing points for Hero is quite fixed.
You're totally right on that. Right now, look at that. Hero making the rotation
Wow.
up, and it's going to take fake. He did not even have a chance to put his ult. The dragon is gonna come in, and the tier 2 turret is going to fall as well.
This is one key moment for Hero because they have the vanguards ready for any kind of team fights right now. And Gen.G, with the loss of Faye, another frontliner is not available at this particular moment. I think they're looking for more.
Oh, Tumfang coming in. It's going to take Glow very low. He's taking damage from the turret. It's going to be J1 that's going to jump in, but it's going to be useless. Right now, it's going to be No Fear trying to come in, takes in the turret, and it's time to repleague. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for Hero.
I think JY can choose to go back a little bit.
Yes.
Instead of retrieving back, he chose to go in forward, but clearly there's not enough damage. There's not enough following of damage it needed. And right now, Joku runs together with Shen Mengxi while healing up the HP constantly.
I think that's the key point, right? Like the fact that Joku over there, look, he just holds to his ult, waiting for the right moment to proc. Glow take him back, and then just that. There's no way that you can actually destroy anyone. Look at their HP bars are not even moving.
This is what we so-called hero-style composition. They are the only teams who really like and enjoy playing this Mengtian together TianYun combo. And they play it so well, like professionally.
It plays really well because they have the damage from Mengtian. If Mengtian would be just a tank, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that's not that OP of a combo, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that Mengtian also has damage, what can you do against that?
Because the pure style is being developed from Dongfang, so basically we can see that Mengtian is tanky, and also he gained himself a little bit of physical damage items as well.
Things are looking grim for Generation Gaming Esports as their bottom and top lane disappear from the map. It's just going to be one mid lane high ground turret standing in between Hero and the victory.
Wow, and Blood Whipper is also available for Lady Sun. So like, for now on, Bao does not to go back.
4 damage items already. The JY is going to jump, it's going to be wide. And now it's going to be Lamb coming in from behind. He takes on 1, he takes the damage from the turret and is going to fall.
Still a good trade, even though like No Fear is out, but they have like 2 kills in return. So right now, Hero is looking for the time where they can push the wave further into the base, find some opportunity of trying to finish this.
Oh, Dongfang taking on so much damage, but he's not falling. JY is the one that is going to pay with his life. Wailing the only hope for Generation Gaming not to fall, but he is going to touch the ground. The super minions come in, the crystal's gonna fall, and the first win goes to Nanjing Hero.
Look at the facial expression for like Jojo, a very peaceful one. So they finish the game, get to this victory within only 14 minutes. I think that's a very good sign, showing how solidified they are as a team. So they have a really deeper understanding of how to manage, how to use this kind of composition to win the game. Like sticking up all the time, using the 1-4 formation, constantly standing into the mid lane, trying to gain every single wave priority and make it to their jungles.
That was the key, just having always wave priority. The resources from Gen.G were open since minute 1. It was just no fear, just coming in as if he would be just walking through the supermarket, just taking resources, putting them in his basket, and just taking it back home.
Yeah, I would say like Nanjing Hero has displayed a way more mature way to handle this match, because they have a lot of experiences using this kind of composition, so they know exactly what to do and what not to do. So they're facing kind of challenging team fights in the early game. Actually, like Gen.G won several team fights against Hero, but after winning the team fights, there's no clear moves. There's no invasion. There's no trying to get more.
And that is key.
Retreat back to the waves.
That is key. It's like you need to win the fights, and then after you win the fights, you need to really grasp that moment.
What's your response?
What do you want to do?
Yes.
Like you have the power play, right? It's going to be 15, 20 seconds of a power play. What are you going to do? Are you going to go for the dragons? Are you going to go and try to get resources from their jungle? But I just feel like after Gen.G won the fights, the only thing that they could do was just to go back to base.
And waiting for the next wave to come around, right? So they really have to make like better decisions when you finally won in the team fights.
Yes.
And as your opponent, I think what Hero really did good there is that they're choosing to use the 1-4 formation where the 4 resting teams sticking together in the mid, and there's no damage to kill them all, so that they can buy like no fear much more time trying to develop more items.
Not only there was no damage, but just the HP recovery that they were given by TianYun. Like that pick of a support was something completely out of the book. No one was expecting that support to come in so early in the group stages. It worked really well for Nanjing Hero.
Well, I think Gen.G did a great job by discovering the fact that like Hero is extremely weak in the early game. So they quickly rotate Lu Bu down to the bottom, trying to start up the team fight just now. That's one good sign of the composition understanding, but they have to like I said before, like make better decisions when they finish off one good team fight.
The rotations were on point before Gen.G, right? Like it was really nice. It was a good understanding on how to counterattack this composition, but at the end of the day, the mechanics just became better for Hero in terms of fights.
So the MVP will be awarded to Dongfang, the top laner in Hero.
Oh, damage taken, 36%.
To 07 KDA.
Very well done. Great start for Dongfang. We know that Hero is going to depend a lot on his performance on top lane.
MVP should go to 2 members in one role, like Dongfang together with Joku. This kind of duo really give us surprises, you know, because Hero is one of the best teams who play this kind of strategies. And you can see how closely like these 2 members are standing side by side, engaging in every single team fight. And right now Joku is standing between like the Bell and Dongfang, between the top laner and your core.
I just love when you have Monkey and you played aggressively, right? Like you just played as what it is, a warrior. Look at that, Dongfang procs his ult straight up, boom, once, boom, twice, boom, 3
Final
times.
hit. Wow, getting Lu Bu very low. Even gives the kill over to TianYun.
Like, hey Joku, here you are, mate.
Good job, good job. You
Enjoy
know,
this one.
Assisting me all the time. Enjoy this one.
Oh, well done. I hope that the boys from Gen.G Esports are going to build themselves up again.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It was not a bad show. It was not a bad show. At the end of the day, we can only have one victor, but Gen.G played well.
And this composition, they have their opportunity to win, but just play, you know, more carefully during the early game. It's one good sign showing that they can trying to let Lu Bu together with Zhang Fei's ultimate find the opportunity for them and trying to make this, you know, a most emphasis one. I think they still like hold a chance.
Yeah. They still hold a chance because their performance was really good. Look at that. Up until 10 minutes,
yeah,
it was
like
actually
50,
it was actually really close. After 10 minutes, as the composition from Nanjing Hero just starts building on items, that's the moment where just like Gen.G just had no option whatsoever.
So the sign of like Hero starting trying to gain more advantages in their mid game will be dated back when you find the fact that like TianYun together with Lady Sun make rotation to the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's where the whole like rhythm started.
That's the cue, right?
Yeah.
It's just the cue to know that damage is online. Now TianYun and Mengtian and TianYun, Is it going to be a hero that we're going to be seeing a lot more during group stage? What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe like Meng Tian will constantly be a meta pick, but as to TianYun, I think it pretty much depends on what kind of the composition you are really going for.
Okay, so TianYun we know right now that it would work really well with Meng Tian.
Yep.
Is it something that we could see with something else like Lian Po or Xia Houtun?
No, I think Meng Tian will be the best pair. Best like duo when it comes to this kind of healing composition. But I can assure you that Hero might be the teams who are constantly getting this TianYun together with Meng Tian all the time because they are so good at this kind of competition.
It's just part of their culture.
Yep.
It is part of their culture just to come up with crazy things that no one else is expecting. I think that gives Nanjing Hero a factor that no other team has. That surprise factor of all the very not common, unorthodox compositions that they are able to pull.
You know, the design for every single waves, especially in the very early game, is very worth to be like more study on because Nanjing Hero will always have a very good way trying to clear up and start up the team fights. And we can see the first rotation made by this team is very like we can see how deliberately they're trying to design this kind of opening for them. They let like 3 members like Shen Mengxi, Lady Sun, and Dongfang together. These 3 characters who will have a very quick wave speed, cleaning waves, you know, to trying to gain the first priority in the mid, and then they make another rotation. They let the marksman go into the top while let the warrior goes in the bottom. Also gaining themselves like 2 more advantaging lanes.
Since the opening, we already saw that Hero came here with a very clear plan.
Yep.
Like literally, I can imagine just yesterday when Jojo was talking to the boys and he had a piece of paper and he said like, from 0-0 to 15 seconds, this is what we're gonna do.
Yep.
From 15 to 30, this is what we're doing. Like they had like the first 2 minutes completely planned on what were going to be the movements, the rotations, the decisions, and it just worked perfectly for them.
Yep. So I think the highlight is ready, and let's take a deeper look at what kind of team fights just now happened. I really like the idea that Meng Tian can be played as an initiation, engagement threats, but also he can protect the backliner so well that he can pretty much isolate the whole team fights into 2 parts.
A very versatile hero. Like it's a very versatile pick. Like it can do damage the same time as it can defend. Moving forward in here, look at that. He comes in, no fear, takes the red, but look at Sui's position. Outstanding. He knows JY, drops in, breaks Nanjing Hero into 2 halves, and then just allows Sui to come in and deal so much damage.
I think in the future matchups, if Gen.G is looking for more plays using this kind of duo like Lu Bu and Zhang Fei together, they have to make sure that they have like deeper and better communications. Through all the highlight clips, you can see a lot of like team fights. Either of it will be like Zhang Fei is not ready, or Lu Bu is not ready.
Or Zhang Fei is already not in the fight. Like we rarely saw a fight just starting with Zhang Fei proccing his ult and then Lu Bu jumping in. Something that they're gonna have to work on. Now, game 1 of our BO2 is gone. Let's have a little break and we'll be back with our game 2. Game 2 of our best of 2. Nanjing Hero took the first victory. If they take a second one, that's going to be 3 points in their pocket.
Wow.
Generation Gaming needs to win this one to try to start their game with at least 1 point.
Like 3 points in a row, that's something. You're leading the entire Group A. So Nanjing Hero is the very first team being picked out in the draw, like positions, very first game, very first team. So among this fight, I think Hero is looking for a more interesting composition in the second match.
A more interesting composition.
Yeah, I was kind of anticipated to see Guan Yu goes into mid or Bai Dao as a marksman. maybe.
Oh, come on, I'm expecting that. I'm just really looking forward to see like different things. Nanjing here is still gonna take the blue side and Generation Gaming is gonna take the red. Nanjing Hero has all the proactivity right now, like all the decisions are gonna come from their side.
No, in the BO2 format, I think like blue side will have more advantages comparing to the red.
Okay.
Because a lot of remaining like available heroes are all meta heroes. So if you want to like give your like clear target against one single hero, you're probably gonna waste your like ban places.
Yeah, and if you're on the red side, like you must ban that Da Qiao.
Yeah.
That's one ban less that you have. Like there's nothing else that you can do to ban Da Qiao in your first ban.
But I think Gen.G is pretty much demonstrating how to target, how to ban Gen.G. You're taking away all the available picks.
For Glow.
Focusing, targeting directly towards Glow.
I'm so sorry for Glow because like he's been with us already for such a long time, right? Like he's one of our old friends since 2019 probably, and to see him right now just being completely targeted, it's a huge show of respect towards the man.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just, you know, being a target doesn't mean that you're the like weakest one.
No.
You're definitely being paid a lot of respect. They're using all their places in the first round of the bans here. Trying to restrict your performances, that shows respect.
Yeah, and then they're gonna have just to lock in an option for Glow in the first round of picks, right? Like they're just gonna go with Troyu. Normally, that mage is going to be like the last pick that you would have whenever you're on the red side, but it became just like their first one.
You know, a very good counter pick this Mengya shows, because if you want to pair like Luban number 7 and Luban together, you will definitely be standing together. So Mengya love the idea of doing the 1 versus 2 solo matchup against this kind of pair, because once he's using the first ability while constantly getting like 2 targets in 1 roll, you're retrieving back more HP.
The more targets that Mengya is going to have, the faster that ability is going to happen, the more HP that he's going to recover. Having that 1v2 or a 2v2 on bottom lane, with those two, that's just a great show for him. Like he should be really happy with what's happening right now.
Well, I was truly wondering what kind of like mid laners will Nanjing Hero be picking, because on the fact that they're banning away 2 of the most picked heroes in the mid, and 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, like Mai Shenyu, Yixing, and Xixi are being put on the bans here. So that pretty much left like Xinghen with no choice. Maybe they're just going for like Bai Dao plays in the mid, or Guan Yu goes in the mid.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that one.
Available.
I would say that maybe they're just gonna give Xinghen that Guan Yu 1 more time, right? It would be a good pick, like not at in a counter, but just Guan Yu, the ability that it has just to come from behind. And they're not going to let him have it. So just to finish my idea, just the ability that Guan Yu has just to come in from behind would be more trouble for Master Lupan and Lupan number 7.
Of course. So that's the reason why Gen.G pick up on this Guan Yu ahead of their enemies. I want to choose this hero in front of you so that you will be left with only very limited choice when it comes to middle lane. Yeah, Wu Zetian might be the answer, but I think it's not enough, because I would probably looking for more damage coming from hero's composition. But Miyamoto Musashi and Wu Zetian as the pair, I think it's not, it's not sufficient enough. Yeah.
I don't think it's sufficient. How do you fight that Guan Yu counter? Like when Guan Yu gets on the second initiation, because Guan Yu is not going to start the fight, he's going to be a second initiation. How do you protect your Mengya from Guan Yu coming from behind?
you can only set Yamato Musashi, which will be no fear, to trying to keep an eye on Guan Yu. Before any kind of team fight, they have to make sure that no fear has the side, has a vision against this Guan Yu so that they can try to pull up in the team fight. If Nanjing Hero cannot just make sure that they have full vision, they cannot just act upon on any kind of team fights. I think it might be dangerous. And obviously, like, damage is not a merit for Nanjing Hero.
Of course.
Their performance highly rely on their collaboration with each other. So we can see a lot of combo chains right there, like Lu Bu together with Zhang Fei. These two are good. And if they can pair themselves up with the ultimate by Wu Zetian, I think the AOE changes look pretty much amazing to me.
The absolute power coming in from Wu Zetian is going to be a key option for Nanjing Hero if they want to take on some fights, right? Like, because from Gen.G, I don't see a lot of initiation coming in from Generation Gaming.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have the ability to initiate fights. They're going to depend a lot on Master Lupin just deciding either to start a fight or to protect Lupin number 7. Are they going to make that gamble?
I think the dive-in moment of the Guan Yu will be extremely essential for Gen.G to play in this match. I think during the team fights, we're about to see a lot of amazing team fights because both of the competitions are quite different. So Nanjing here really relies on the AOE collaboration, using the ultimate trying to pair up, find a good way to pull off this kind of composition. But on the other side, I think Gen.G Esports really have to make sure that, first of all, the marksman Lupin number 7 can find a safe enough position to deal the damage in the late game, and mid lane priority is so important. So that's best wish for Flow to find a opportunity breakthrough.
Let's wait and see game 2. This is it. Come on. Gen.G needs to show us something if they really want to be a contestant, just to move out of group stage. They cannot start their journey with 0 points.
Below using the fire, level 1. There is that speed to clean the way. And another JY, good thing there, good standing point, trying to put this red aside so that hero cannot take it away.
And he can still just go back and take on his wave, right? Like, he's not going to lose minions after that. Like, he's got the speed to do it.
But the Fire Hulk is dangerous.
Yeah, fight for the Fire Hulk. Ooh, the flash coming in straight up, takes Glow back to the base.
That's
First
not a good
blood.
sign, you know. That's not a good sign. Hero started to the invasion as usual.
As usual, look at that. Faye trying to protect Sui Sui, trying to come in here. It's going to be a 3v3. Wailing taken extremely low by Bell.
Hero uses all the ability trying to gain back the red, and they did it.
They did that, but there's going to be no fear that it's going to fall. JY is being persecuted by Dongfang.
You know, every single time we're together watching No Fear trying to do the invasion, but pays his life there in return.
So is it really a good trade? Is it really a good trade? Like, you go for the buff, you take it, but then after that you're gonna just hand it back.
But you know, a good news for side here is that even though No Fear goes down, but Gen.G does not trying to reinforce into the red, into the blue, so that No Fear can still safely protect his blue to his hands.
Exactly what we said in the first game.
Yep.
Win the fights, take the kills, but do something after. Try. That's why you want to fight.
You have to gain the kills over to their jungler. The next definite move will be definitely going into the blue, taking away all the resources your jungler, opponent jungler has.
Well, at least Jotra looks like he's actually taking this with a very nice attitude,
it's
right?
It's okay, I can accept this.
Yeah.
It's me telling them to do the invasion all the time, and they're learning their lessons.
He's the one just sending them there.
Yeah, I'm the one who's responsible for all this kind of actions.
Let's see that Yoku one more time, slowing down Sui Sui. Just the fact that Yoku is just coming in and taking so many resources puts Sui Sui in a very difficult position. He's still level 5.
Yeah. You know, since Hero, the combo chains there. The ultimate together with
3v2.
Yamato Musashi.
Liu Bu is going to jump in, but Sui Sui is going to just run around. Coming in one more time. They're just trading abilities.
I mean, Hero still wants to take control on this red, but unfortunately, I think the ability is pretty much all used up because No Fear had used the ultimate against their enemies, so he chose to retreat back.
Oh, the wall block comes in. YaLLa is going to be pushed against the wall. He's going to have to proc his flash to run away. It's going to be Joku right now, forcing Glow to take his flash as well.
Well, look at that's one aggressive move. Shinkan using the flash, trying to get closer to the enemies, but unfortunately the distance is quite far away.
It was pretty far away, but I just love the way that Joku just blocked his ultimate,
confidence, right? Confidence.
Pushing that Lupin number 7 against the wall.
Yep.
Sadly for them, Bell's damage wasn't enough.
But I think the CC chains are good.
Yeah.
Every single time, like Hero wanted to initiate new teams, like we are seeing elite, like two abilities being taken to one another.
There's not that much 1v1s, right? Like at the end of the day, like Hero knows that their advantage in comparison to Generation Gaming is just they have more time playing with each other. That they understand better their rhythms, they understand better how to do that. The wild block one more time, just follow that chain. Look at that, it was not enough. Then Faye is going to be taken extremely low. He's going to have to run away, but he's going to take Sway, so he's going to be a 2-0 trade for Hero.
Like crowd control chains are way much expected in this team fight, and Hero actually did it. I think very good teleportation using the primal portal to teleport from the top to the bottom and then do the invasion together as a team. Very nice move. Ultimate together, like completely, continuously looking down on this movement number 7.
Did you see the height that YaLLa was tossed in the air?
3 jumps in total in the air.
3 jumps in the air. Like, wow, poor guy.
Poor guy.
Going to be Hero taking control of that red buff. Now it's going to be already a 2,300 gold lead.
Hero is not planning to give YaLLa any kind of second and time to do the response, you know. The only thing you're going to be experiencing is like the 3 jumps in the air and then you're dead.
That chain CC.
Wonderful.
Outstanding.
Wonderful.
Outstanding. It's just the way that they combine everything. I hope that we can see it a little bit in more detail in the highlights. The gold difference already on your screen. No Fear already with a 1,300 gold advantage compared to Sway.
This kind of composition, this kind of like collaboration with one another really shows how like hardworking they are, work as a team. It really needs time to practice.
The blue buff is going to spawn in 5 seconds.
And Miyamoto Musashi is already there waiting for it to spawn.
Look at that, Sway is going to jump in the bush.
Again, the ultimate from Bell.
Ultimate from Bell comes in, the blue buff is going to come in, but there's going to be Guan Yu trying to come from behind. It's not going to be enough. The damage cannot follow, and it's going to be Bell, the one that is going to fall.
Another going down to the side of Hero. Gen.G actually won the team fight because the marksman is leaving at the very behind of the whole like standing positions. So that's basically like Hero is separated into 2 teams, where the 4 remaining are trying to get their damage down to the backlines, while Bell is being targeted by 2 members from Gen.G.
It's like, look at that. Like everyone just goes focused on the blue buff.
Remember where Marksman is.
Yeah, the way the JY came in from behind, exactly what we talked about. Like he just breaks the team into 2 halves and then just allows Bell just to fall.
Yeah, so the 4 resting members of the Hero is looking for the kills over Luban number 7, but the chain offered by Luban using the second ability managed to keep YaLLa alive.
Wow. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Right now, J1 by now the highest point from Generation Gaming Esports.
Oh, they're looking good, even though facing quite a goal deficit, but I think it's acceptable because they have Luban number 7 in the late game, right? The damage will be sufficient enough.
As long as Luban number 7 is in the mix, anything can happen.
But
anything could happen.
What they should be really taken care of is that, like, look at the personal gold here. Like Miyamoto Musashi, nearly 6,000 gold. That's something huge.
That's just gigantic.
Yeah.
Very sorry for everyone that has to be facing that Miyamoto Musashi right now.
Another use of the primal portal there. Miyamoto Musashi aiming the right target.
One more time. It's going to be decided. disaster for Generation Game in esports.
Day1
They
in
just
the
keep
back line.
falling one after the other. It's gonna be Glow, the only hope right now. The turret's going to fall. It was completely disappearing, everyone.
A 0-4 trade in favor of Hero, and they're waiting for the Vanguard to rush into the Tier 1 turret in the mid lane. And after taking down the turret, I think their next move will be retreating back to the jungle and take this Tyrant instead.
The Tyrant, they will still have like 1.5 minutes for the Shadow Tyrant, right? Like, so destroying this turret, rotating back, everything looks perfect for here right now.
They're just looking and waiting for the victory to be arrived.
What's going on with Faye? Being taken extremely low. Lupu is going to jump in. Is going to disappear him from the map, erasing him. Tungfang is going to fall because that Lupan number 7 is still on. Now YaLLa trying to run away, trying to find the angle. There's going to be both ultimates coming in, forcing him against the wall. He runs against the turret, and he's going to survive.
I would say like Faye personally, individually starting up in this team fight, even though at the very first beginning, Hero does not want to engage.
Yep.
But after all, after several minutes of waiting for the cooldown to happen, again, they have given themselves a newly refreshed cooldown, a newly refreshed like abilities to trying to engage into the second round of the team fight.
It's just Faye right over there. Like, he really has
They're
like
planning to go, man.
He's just going for it. But then you look at that, they leave YaLLa just surrounded by 2. Like the poor YaLLa, like, look at that. Everyone's ultimates were just like holding it, waiting to find the angle for YaLLa.
Yeah, that's an act of being, too excited, You have to wait for the right moment. From now on, I think all of the members from Gen.G should pay closer attention to the personal dashboard. You have to make sure that Luban number 7 have enough items, enough power, enough damage needed trying to win in a team fight.
And he's only got 2 items
now,
right now.
That's not enough.
That's not enough. He
Really
needs
not
at least 3 to be able to survive, and 4 to be a force to be reckoned.
Of course. And the Glacial Buckler is already ready for Xinghen, so the Wu Zetian will be like 40% of the cooldown in full stage, and he will be very tanky at the same time.
It's going to be extremely tanky. It's going to protect him a lot. Like the damage that we can see from Wu Zetian, the reverberation as well.
A sure hit, YaLLa, a good sense of direction.
Good sense of direction. That was bullseye. YaLLa is going to clean the wave and it's going to be pulled back.
Well, that's a close one, I thought like Luban number 7 actually used a second ability to get himself back in the dragon.
Look at that, JY is being spotted. Right now it's going to be a 2v1. Everyone is trying to catch, trying to find the angle. JY cannot stand. It's going to be stunned. YaLLa is going to be forced back. He's going to be taken down by Lupu. The turret is the next goal.
Luban number 7 goes down one more time. We can see that Sui Sui is trying to get his way onto Wu Zetian, finally make this kill happen, but this action cost him a lot of times.
The turrets are falling one after the other. First the mid, then the top, and now the bottom. It's going to be Bell pushing everyone against their base. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 people that fall. The crystal follows after. Hero takes the second wing.
I think the whole BO2 is quite easy for Hero, honestly, because they have won themselves 2 points and 2 victory back with only like around 25 minutes in total.
Yeah.
These 2 medals. I think Gen.G really have to spend a little more time trying to revive from what's happened down there.
They did not play bad. It's just the way that Hero controlled the times of the game. Gen.G never had like an option on how to answer back to that problem. It's the same as when your teacher just gives you a problem and that you just don't know how to solve it. It doesn't matter how much time you stare at it, it's not going to be solved on its own.
I think the main strategy for Hero trying to pull up this wonderful like victories for 2 times against the one enemy is that they really focus on the mid lanes in their BP. The very first round of the bans here, they spent 4 times, like executives, like 2 times, 2 battles. They have always trying to target on the mid laner. They're restricting the choices of their opponents and only leaving those heroes, for example, Yixing, and for this match, Zhou Yu, for Glow to play. And not only the BP drop, Also, you can see the movements where the team fight happens. Like all of the team fights starting in the very early game take place in the mid.
Yes.
Every rhythm the starting point of every rhythm, every kind of team fights starting in the mid. So Glow has really been tested a lot. His personal limitations are being completely tested out in today's matchups.
A very difficult test for Glow, this first group stage match. And he was completely targeted, and then after that, he was facing Nanjing Hero, one of the top teams in the whole KPL region. So I'm very sorry for them. Gen.G just leaves us a very good taste in our mouth, I think so, because it was not a complete landslide from Nanjing Hero. It was actually Gen.G, in some moments they were able just to take on some fights. The understanding of the meta was what gave Nanjing Hero the upper hand.
So after the very first match, so now on in Group A, Nanjing Hero scored themselves 3 points. And because of the losing of the total 2 matchups, Gen.G is rewarded with the 0 points in return. In their pocket, nothing.
Oh, sad for them, but at least it's going to be a double round robin.
You have a second chance.
They will have an opportunity to come and take revenge. And revenge, you know, it's always a play just very serve cold.
I think if I were the coach from Gen.G, I would definitely have more emphasis, or I would try to protect the mid laner more in the BP and in-game as well.
But if your core is going to be your mid laner, we know that this meta is not about like having a strong mid laner. You need to just build your jungler as much as possible. So Suiso is the one that is supposed to be taking most of the responsibility. But you cannot just be right now trying to defend Glow when the environment, the meta, the patch is not for that.
You know, it's very clear that Hero make their clear moves in the red zone, right? The red buff every single time. We can see like in 2 matchups today, like Hero are consistently holding control over your jungle. That's a way to play. So the next time, hopefully for Gen.G, they can find themselves forming a like more aggressive composition in the early game so that they can protect their jungle.
And it's just because of this MVP, right? Like Joku was the one that was always providing the vision for Hero to know exactly what was going on in the opponent's jungle. Look at that.
Awesome play.
1, 2, 3. Nothing that could be done. Like you could have had like a whole family of bodyguards in there. There was nothing that could protect YaLLa in here. One more time.
Again, the 2 ultimates combined into 1. And make good use of Shinkan's ultimate as well.
You know, the whole Hero just was like clockwork. Clockwork, again, tick-tack, tick-tack, just one after the other.
Formal experiences in one position really enables Joku to get along on support so quickly. He was once the marksman for Nanjing Hero. So I think because he has been practicing Hero and marksman for a very long time, he knows exactly where this Lupin number 7 is gonna go.
Like if you wear that Lupin number 7 before, you know exactly
how to target it.
What is going on in its mind, right? Like where am I going to run? Where am I going to stand? And that gave Joku just a lot of inside information on how to just start the fights.
You know, from the team data, we can see like 7, 1, and some like other like numbers.
Yeah, numbers all over the screen.
For no fear. So I think from these 2 matchups, No Fear is playing so comfortably.
Yeah. The difference in between the first one and the second one is that in here the snowball just started rolling from the 4th minute. In the previous one, it was in the 10th. This one was a lot earlier. Nanjing Hero, 3 points, taking the first place right now in Group A.
There are 2 KPL teams in Group A and non-2 KPL teams as the rest too. I think the draw is pretty much very even.
The draw is like amazing. I just love the way that Group A is going to be SCARZ, and then Wuhan E-Star Pro, Nanjing Hero, Generation Gaming Esports. Those are big names. Like it's going to be a very big challenge for SCARZ and Generation Gaming Esports. But let's wait and see what they can show us through this group stage.
And we are ready for interview, and let's see who's with us. Hello, 九库，听得见吗？跟我们打个招呼。Hello，
大家好，我是南京 Hero 九库。
And so, how do you feel as a very first battle in the group stage now? 你现在的感觉怎么样呢？就是小组赛的第1场打完，感觉如何？
打得还行吧。
I feel it's okay. We performed quite good. So please share with us what kind of things did you do in your exercise in making you have a huge progress trying to fit in the position of a support. 我们知道其实九库转到辅助时间是非常非常少的，所以可不可以跟我们分享一下，在这段时间训练的时候是通过怎样的方法这么快的适应到了辅助这个节奏呢？
就是打辅助的时候就注意一下节奏嘛，然后就教练教得多，然后学得也快。
All right, so I mainly focus on the whole rhythm of the game, and I think our coach gave me a lot of introductions on how to play the support, and I thank my coach for that. 九哲 good job. 好的，那九库在接下来的比赛当中有没有期待和谁的交手啊？因为你们会和E-Star 对抗哦。
明天和伊斯大碰一碰吧，让他们亲脸打我们。
You're gonna be facing E-Star. A lot of familiar faces are in E-Star right now, so we really looking forward to the battle against E-Star, and hopefully they got eliminate E-Star on us. Okay, please, please. 好的，谢谢九库接受我们的采访，谢谢，继续加油。And the reason why I asked this kind of question because the players from E-Star are actually two of the former players placed in Hero. So they are very
so they have history, right?
They have history.
They have history and they have those bonds right over there. So hopefully we are going to see that game between Nanjing Hero and E-Star Pro. I hope that is going to be really amazing, the same as this first one. Game 1 is done. Now we're going to move into Group D, FUTNOVA Esports against Bacon Time right after the break. Group D, FUTNOVA Esports, the champions from the Turkiye region, against Bacon Time from Thailand, the 4th place in our wildcards qualifiers.
I was really looking forward to this because will be the very first match for FUTNOVA for us to be casting, you know. They have a lot of very good records though. The shortest game record for them to play in the qualifiers will be 7 minutes and 45 seconds. The
7 minutes and 45? Oh, come on, you gotta be good to push in 7:45. Imagine, there's already 4 minutes that the turrets are going to be protected, right? And then after that, you have 3 minutes and 45 to just push it all the way into Crystal. You gotta have something in there.
And they mainly focus on 2 kinds of different strategies.
Okay.
Among one will be the protect the marksman strategy. You're basically leaning every single wave, every single resources towards your marksman, trying to make sure that the core got fully developed and have more items compared to the other one, so that he can carry you, the entire team.
I will carry you.
Yeah. And the second way, or the second different kind of strategy, will be relying on the jungler.
Okay.
At one jungle assassin core.
One jungle assassin core, and that core option right now for jungle.
Will be Lost,
right?
Lam will be the highly, most picked hero for Lost to play.
Let's see if Bacon Time is gonna try to target that and just ban that Lam option.
Yeah, and one more thing for those of you who are not so familiar with the team FUTNOVA, they actually kept winning all the time throughout the entire Turkiye qualifiers, which means that they have not been defeated even for a single matchup, single one.
One of the 3 undefeated teams that we're gonna have today. FUTNOVA, and then we know Chengdu AG and SCARZ.
Yeah, good one. Good calculation.
The group of the undefeated. Let's see what's going to do FUTNOVA in their first performance. This is gonna be nice to see. Let's wait and see what a completely different understanding they're gonna bring to the table.
FUTNOVA might be facing the chance of firstly taste the feeling of being defeated, in the 2022 KIC. They kept themselves being constantly undefeated. That's something.
Yeah, of course, it's the whole 2022. Come on, they haven't lost in a while. I used to have a coach, and I remember last time I told Nora this. I used to have a coach who said that winning is a habit. So if you're in the habit of winning, then you just build that feeling, and then you just become bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
So the more time that you work, that you are undefeated, the bigger that your psychologically strength is going to become.
Yeah, so if you're gonna build a always winning record that really lift up your entire mold, your entire confidence, just look what the performance AG have been joining to us. After the first several I could say victories, they're starting to play so wildly that you can never expect to see what kind of movements they're gonna do in next step.
If you're always fighting against someone and that someone cannot even hit you, and you just come into the fights and you're never dying, oh come on, your confidence is gonna be off the roof.
I think the talents, the limitations of each players are pretty much the same. I could say there are some differences, but I think the differences is not that huge. Mainly, who will be the final champions really relies on how well you feel during the matchups. You don't want to feel so tensed up or so nervous. You have to feel extremely confident so that you will not be afraid during those solo matchups against your enemies. That's something. We always witness the result of confidence after the whole show.
And confidence is just built by experience. And then we can say that Bacon Time, they had the opportunity to play in the wildcards qualifiers. So that gives them 7 games experience against other teams from other countries. Is that going to play in their advantage in this game against FUTNOVA Esports?
Bacon Time really struggles a lot because they're the 4th place in the whole wildcard qualifier. They're the last teams getting themselves to the group stage. After gaining the victory against Box Gaming will gain them the last points, make it to the top 4. So I think Bacon Time is fully ready. I could still remember their gaming styles. Quite aggressive, constantly looking for chances to do the team fights.
They just love fighting.
Love fighting all the time.
And who does not like just watching someone just going since minute one, just straight up, just with all basic attacks, boom, straight A, straight A, straight A. Why not?
So this is a competition between a fighter versus, how to say that? I'm not so sure how to address FUTNOVA as a team, because constantly winning and the shortest time record 7 minutes and 45 seconds. That's crazy.
Today's gonna be their presentation card to us. They're gonna be handing us their resume. They're gonna be handing us their first performance in our stage. Anything that happened before is just going to be completely erased, going to zero. It's a completely new journey. Today, they start writing their new history in our KIC.
Yeah, and this is the very first time for these two teams, to ever compete with one another. So a lot of homework, a lot of preparation needs to be done for the single team fight. And FUTNOVA have even won themselves a 4-0 in the very final for the Turkiye qualifiers. They're completely dominating in the area.
Let's wait and see. They were the top dogs back in the Turkiye area. Let's see right now in the KIC, in the Group D. Group D, FUTNOVA, Esports, and Bacon Time. They're going to be in the same group as Beijing Weibo and XYG. Ooh. This game is critical for the two of them.
I know.
This is going to be the game that both of them, nobody wants to tie this game.
They're going to probably have the highest winning rate in this game. They have 2 chances because we're playing a double round robin. So they're gonna be facing with each other in the next week. So hopefully these two matchups will be extremely impressive to see, because this fight they really have to win. They hold higher winning percentage when compared with the rest two, like Beijing Weibo and XYG. Wow. Very
Those
hard
are two giants to be facing. Come on, it's competitive sports, right? It's never gonna be, never say never. That's what they say, right? But at the same time, you need to be realistic.
Of course.
When you play against these two giants, XYG making it straight into group stage after the round 1 qualifier of KPL. And then just Beijing Weibo, one of the top 4, top 6 teams that we have in KPL. Whew.
Quite a threat, huh?
Quite a challenge, quite a mountain to climb, but all dreams start like that. They just start with an underdog, trying to move forward, trying to build their own destiny.
From observing the mentality, the facial expression from the players, I personally think that Bacon Time players are more excited. Comparing with the FUTNOVA, I think the players quite tense up. You see, there's no smiling, there's no relaxations on their faces.
It's going to be their first performance right over there, right? You got to remember that all of our other areas teams are going to be in Seoul, South Korea.
Yep.
So it's going to be their first performance in there. Bacon Time already had a chance just to play the whole wildcard qualifiers in there, but for FUTNOVA, it's going to be their first performance, their first official game in Seoul.
One more thing is that Bacon Time, so the most recent battle they have will be dated back in the wildcard qualifier, 3 days. But the last game that FUTNOVA actually have can be dated back way much longer. So we all know, as an esports player, you will have to practice constantly, because you have to keep up your muscle habit. But it's been a long time for FUTNOVA trying to get into a serious battles. So I was wondering if they were ready for this.
Even for non-professional athletes, right? You need to always be competing every single day.
Muscle memory is really important.
And practice is not the same. Just the fact of being there with the lights, with the headsets, with the cameras, it just creates a completely different environment. So let's see if the boys from FUTNOVA Esports are gonna be able to just hit the ground running and show us their very best opening.
In our league, for example, KPL, the regular season, so a lot of teams are doing everyday exercises. So we have, as a casters, we have constantly be offering with a lot of informations regarding to how well they perform during the exercises mode, who will be the best teams during the exercise. But the reality is, usually the results are completely different when you're comparing to the actual matchups. So you will be feeling completely different during like comparing the mentality when you're doing the real time matchups with your exercise time.
In the moment that the clock hits zero and then you're gonna start the game, anything that you practiced before, all the data, all of that's just turned away.
So,
Bacon time against FUTNOVA Esports, Bacon time on the blue side, FUTNOVA Esports on the red.
The first matchup, like Bacon time, will be sit in the blue side, while FUTNOVA, their opponent, will be playing in the red. Dacha will be one ban plays from FUTNOVA.
3 out of 3.
And
3 out of 3 there.
The next one, who will be their target? Maybe they're trying to eliminate choices into the mage or the top laner. Let's see their answer.
Trunks was a very common ban in the first round from the other areas. Right?
Yes.
Something that after the wildcard qualifiers started just fading away, but let's see if FUTNOVA is still gonna do that. But it's gonna be 3 supports in the bans.
Good ban there. They actually spend a lot of time trying to figure out who will be the best choice. And the first pick from the side of Bacon time will be heading their face to Zhang Fei, holding this kind of aggressive support. Very safety pick.
Safety pick that's gonna go to Moss. Hopefully Moss is going to keep showing us at the same level of performance that he showed us during the wild cards, right? Like Moss was actually
I remember this ID.
Like he was a very good player. Like sometimes when he used that Tranfei during the qualifiers, he always had a good performance.
Yeah, good initiations. When it comes to doing the matchups, I think, pretty much using the second ability, trying to protect your marksman very well. And when it comes to the team fight, I think Moss can find a lot of good positions using Zhang Fei's ultimate. Wow, this sounds extremely familiar, you know. By seeing this logo like Bacon time against FUTNOVA, it just suddenly brought us together back to the wildcard qualifiers.
It just looks very similar. I just love that. I love the way the styles are very similar. Styles are going to be very similar in there.
The red squad, I like this. Mai Shenui together with the 2 frontliners.
B Mark's gonna take that Ma Shenui, a good pick against Shen Mengxi, right? Like we've been talking about that since day 1 of wildcard qualifiers. How Ma Shenui, a mage assassin, it's a good threat for that Shen Mengxi.
You know, there's always been a battle between who will win more between like Mai Shenui versus Shen Mengxi. Like there's a
huge debate, right?
Huge debate. We are constantly trying to figure out who will be the most advantageous one. But I think you can possibly find a win over point when you use the characters to a best extent, and you're trying to unite together with their teammates.
Expanding a little bit on that point, right? Like, why do we say that Mai Shenui is a good pick against Shen Mengxi after debating a lot? One of the strongest points is the fact that when you have an assassin in mid lane, Shen Mengxi's strength is that he can rotate quickly, right? But when you have an assassin in mid lane, it doesn't matter that you can rotate. If I am just waiting for you in the bush, that's gonna be it. The burst damage that Mai Shenui can just deal to Shen Mengxi, there's nothing Shen Mengxi can do. You may have the minions advantage, but you might not have the confidence just to walk through the river.
I mean, the formation is not constantly fixed. You can always change different kinds of different duels goes into the mid. We all know that Mai Shenui cleans away quite slowly. So that's the reason why we always pair Mai Shenui together with the support, trying to speed up, trying to set free on this Mai Shenui, trying to give her a lot of more spaces to do the rotations. You need help dealing the wave, but after all, after cleaning, it's your showtime. Wow, Jing, and together with Consort Yu, wow. And I don't want to bring this message to you guys, but Consort Yu have a really, really low win-in percentage during the very few sessions in KIC. So before today's matchups, I think this hero is rewarding herself with nearly 20% of the winning rate. That's very low.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really, really very sorry because I love Consort Yu.
Me too.
Consort Yu has the ability while using her second ability just to be immune to physical damage, right? So in the facing lane, whenever that you're in a 1v1, that always comes in hand. But the fact that the winning rate is only 20%, what does that say?
You know, using the best use of your second ability will always enable like counter Yu to do the matchup safely. But if you trying to have some advantages using this hero goes into the bottom, trying to gain your another kill, extra kill, I think that's not gonna happen because counter Yu is one of those marksmen who really relies on the items. Maybe after 3 or 4 items being made, I think this hero can reach his peak time. But normally, as we see in the most of the KIC games, the game finish around 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's not enough for counter.
That's not enough. Like we rarely saw a lot of games in the wildcard stages just moving after 20 minutes, right? Like the Tempest Dragon was not a very common visitor in our games, which for Consort U means bad news.
You know, I was trying to figure out what kind of marksman like Bacon Time should be going for. I think they're going for Gen.G because you can always use Gen.G together with something to do the countering against like the marksman Gongsun Li, like their opponent have. But after like Fan and Lady Sun are being taken up at the table, surprisingly like choose contrary to goes in the bottom. So that completely changing the whole like playing style for Bacon Time because obviously you have to play safely in order for your marksman to be fully developed and fully decked out.
Let's wait and see. Bacon Time, they're just going with a marksman that needs a lot of items, needs to push the game all the way until late. Let's see FUTNOVA, they're gonna give them the opportunity. We know that FUTNOVA has already a record of 7 minutes and 45 seconds to finish the game. Are they gonna try to use that same ability, that same speed, that same sense of urgency to try to just set Bacon Time on their back foot?
A lot of initiations are coming from like FUTNOVA's composition. So if I were to compare these two compositions, I personally will like probably prefer like FUTNOVA's more because the damage is okay in the early and the mid game, and a lot of initiation skills and ability are offered from the two frontliners. For example, like Lianpo and Knight Ata together.
Let's wait and see. It's going to be game 1 of our second match of today, FUTNOVA against Bacon Time.
What's so good, they're using this Lianpo again as a support. I love the idea using the warrior as a support.
Lianpo is in support, like it just gives you like so much vision. Like the vision that Lianpo can give you, just the priority over those rotations. When you're roaming around, Lianpo can just go into the bush face first, and he's not scared of anything.
And Lianpo is born to be a very good side and very good tank because the tankiness is born to offer it is very high. Using the constant accumulating the energy bars there. So the more energy bar he gets, the more tanky will be got.
Look at that, Bacon Time. Moss and Summer are going to take that Firehawk. Oh, bad news for Lost.
This match is extremely important. We can always see like Gongsun Li using the second ability to dodge the sword coming from like Consort Yu.
Summer on top, look at that. He's still not well ready yet. He's still on level 3. Needs to clean this wave, make it to level 4, and 007X might start the fight.
Well, level 2.
Level 2, Ata.
Yeah, that was like farming him quite slowly. Maybe he give the lane all to the to Lost. That's a reason explaining why Knight is only level 2 just now.
The Overlord,
but it's okay.
It is totally fine. It's very early in the game yet.
Like Lost will be the one true core for FUTNOVA.
Yeah, but FUTNOVA needs to finish the game early, right?
Yeah.
That was one of the things that we were just talking about.
Again, if you see Gongsun Li, you definitely want to finish game in the mid. Not that.
Ooh, the flash coming in. He's going to start on 2 of them. The initiation takes Snape out of the map.
What a play! I think a very perfect combo are showing from Summer together with Mimars using the flash enable them to gain like 2 kills back, or 1 kills first blood.
Mimars is still on the hunt. He's trying to find Lost. The assassin is going to have to go back to his turret. It's going to be counter-attack. The kitty bomb's coming in. It's going to take one me marks falling. Now Summer is going to try to poke them to repleague. 007, look, the man doesn't want to go back.
You know, one more advantage if you put Lianpo as a support because the initial damage provided by this hero will be quite high.
Yeah, right? Like you can initiate fights. The ratio slam is going to allow you to put people on air.
Yes. You can never neglect the damage coming from Lianpo even though he's playing as a support.
1v1, it's gonna be Feng against Hermes. Feng's taking so many base. Ooh, so many basic attacks coming from Hermes.
Like even use the frenzy.
Nothing that Feng could do over there.
Well, that's 1v1 solo matchups is quite interesting to watch. Like frenzy against the use of the flash. We're seeing like Hermes is completely winning doing the 1v1 bottom lane matchups. I love it.
I love that. I love the fact that Hermes is just being very aggressive. We talked about how Concert U might need some time. And right now already with the first item for Concert U.
It's not a very common thing to see, you know, like Concert U giving so much stress against like Gong Sun Li.
Normally they're a little bit more careful. Now Gong Sun Li's Feng is going to have Doomsday already on. That's going to be a completely different hero now.
Like both marksmen are so determined to do this because the first item they bought will be the physical penetration or physical damaging items instead of a boot. We don't need to go anywhere. We don't need to make rotations. We only need to do the solo.
A man is staying here fighting. No one needs no boots.
Solo fight is the only thing I was looking forward to see.
Moss got his ult.
Again.
Let's wait and see. He comes in trying to find the angle. He's not being aggressive enough. He's going to proc his ult. He's going to start. The turret is going to fall.
Good one. I would also give some credit to my Chengdu Mimars. So actually the ultimate from Moss is kind of losing the direction, right? But Mimark using the second ability, trying to force this Consort Yu, getting on the right position where Zhang Fei's ultimate is. That's interesting.
Like he waited for the right moment. Like he was like really waiting for the right angle, but the right angle never came.
Yeah.
Like at the end, he's being forced to proc his ult because he was taking the damage from the turret.
This Mai Shiranui from Mimark is quite great. Like from now, like the first 5 minutes is okay.
Yeah, completely just locking Snape in the mid lane.
The initiations coming from Mai Shiranui is all working.
Look at that. Dragon coming in. We could have a 3v3 mid lane.
But also like nice counter in fact, using Zhang Fei's shield trying to dodge and absorb the damage from Shen Mengxi's ultimate. One clear move. And right now, leaving the bottom wave all too lost. This jungle core already reached to level 10. Way much ahead of any kind of enemies.
I like that. I like the fact that Lost hasn't been part much of the game right now, but it's because the man has been busy farming. Now look at him, he's going to jump in, trying to get on his first kill. He's not going to be successful at that. He's going to rush back. Monkey is going to proc his ult, goes into the turret. It's going to be City Boy jumping in, forcing back, just to push back.
I mean, Lost has tried a lot of methods, a lot of ways trying to get closer to backlines, and now Bacon Time stand in the mid, gaining themselves more vision. These two frontliners are way too tanky right now for FUTNOVA to trying to adjust.
There's nothing they can do against it right now. Nothing, their damage is not yet there. Snape just got Mask of Agony. Probably that's going to give him a little bit more damage. Not enough for those frontliners.
I think Lost should be communicating with the teammates more. I mean, he was in a quite good position, but the teammates are not there.
He's still in a good position.
For him.
I do believe that Lost still has like at least 1 more minute, 2 more minutes of having that advantage. So he should just start trying to do something with it. He has no resources in his blue buff area that he could take. And the battle on top is going to be a 2v1. Summer is taking extremely low, trying to survive, pushed against the wall, and that's going to be a kill for FUTNOVA.
Good news for FUTNOVA, and right now the remaining minions are cleaned by 777X. So which means that FUTNOVA should probably looking for other directions where the blue buff has been spawned, Lost once again go back to the blue from their own jungles. And now it will be the time for the Jing to find the opportunity onto the back lines.
Using that mirror domain, switching positions, trying to nullify the damage from the turret. The wild blood comes in. The damage is not still there.
Yeah, this ultimate by Ata is quite good. Actually forced out the flash from her mask. Concert Yu is being completely blocked out using the ultimate. And right now the flash is not available. Like Concert, you have to wait for 2 more minutes. The flash to be reactivated.
That was key right over there. Just the way that Knight just closed Summer against the wall.
Yep.
Like using his ultimate just to allow Gongsun Li to deal the damage. 1 and 2 and 3, just one and again and again.
The Gongsun Li will be a better solution when you're against trying to kill, trying to deal damage on like Meng Tian. Because Meng Tian will have some front face, this kind of direction he will offer, constantly being provided with a lot of damage reduction.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the back direction, there's no like damage reduction there. On the top lane, 2 versus 1, Feng got lost.
2v1, there was no way that Feng could get out of that one.
Yeah, he stayed in the top lane for too long.
Yeah, right now, look at that. They're trying to poke on the turret. CD Boy taken extremely low. It's gonna be to 1/3 of his HP bar. Gonna have to TP back to base.
I think both teams still need to, develop like higher, like deeper understanding. They have to make sure that the dragons, once the dragon has been spawned, you can get your hands on the dragons. So instead of constantly looking for chances to trying to engage, I think they should be aiming direction more, leaning more towards the jungles and the dragons.
9 minutes and 37 seconds, and that's gonna be the first time that they're gonna think about actually controlling the overlords. You're totally right on that, okay? Like, it's just a matter of understanding a little bit more the patch. And you need to win the fights, and you're fighting, and that's totally fine, but go for the dragons as well.
Here. Good ones.
Marks comes in. He used his flash, used his fan, and took Lost out of the map.
Yeah, so from the mini-map, I can see a Lost actually using a lot of ability trying to get the kill over against this Hermas, but we have been talking about it for a long time. So Concert, you have the second ability, which will enable this enemy to dodge any kinds of physical damage. That's quite lethal when you're doing like 101 against Lam. So most of your damage will be kind of avoided with the second ability. That's the reason why like lost her way there.
Oh, Mark's taking 1 before. FUTNOVA coming for the avenge. Revenge, completely avenging exactly what just happened.
I think this game will probably last
a long time?
A long time. Maybe after we're gonna see the Tempest Dragon being spawned.
The Tempest Dragon might be a good thing to start the group stages with, right? Like, we need to see the Tempest Dragon in. You gotta love that. Fierce 7 is going to be taken on a 1v1 against Lost. He's gonna proc his ultimate. The domain is going to disappear. Lost still on the hunt. Gonna let him go. Did not have any more abilities to go in.
Still, but Nova, with the good use of the token ability offered by Shenmeng Xi's like first one and the ultimate, I think they can find their way, find their vision opened up using this kind of abilities.
Bacon time trying to get a vision on that Overlord. Summer gets to see the HP bar. Does he have the ability to jump in? He's going to proc his ult. Feng is gonna push him back. The Overlord is going to vote for Ata. As Summer is taking damage from left, right, front and top, he's going to fall. And right now it's going to be FUTNOVA. The ones that they're still on the hunt is going to be Tranfei. Moss is going to run. Lost and Knight are still on the hunt. They take on one and take him down. It's going to be a double kill for Lamb. Lost, standing up, raising his hand, knowing that he's the carry.
And let's see where the waves are. The vanguards in the top lane are trying to rush their way into the high ground. But the time is not enough as the two junglers are kind of meet each other in the jungles. And right now, Ata leading the vanguards together, trying to take down the high ground tower in the top lane. But the time is not enough because the only member survived, 7X, managed to go back and clean the vanguards as soon as possible. I can see the replay here. Very nice move from form. Does Gong Sun Li actually use the bush, hide in the bush, getting disappear from the mini-map so that the target will be lost? And here, very nice, ambush here, using the ultimate, the burst damage, finally instantly kills, get a kill onto Snape.
I think that Snape's job was amazing because he's the one that slows down 007X to jump into the battle. So 007X needs to proc his mirror domain to actually win that fight against Snape. So when he gets in to the main arena, to the main fight, everything has already finished.
I think for Bacon time, what they really wanted and waited to happen is that they have to make sure that this Console Yu can still earn as much gold as possible. So they have to always pay attention to the item board for him as the most important thing for today. And from now on, we'll be trying to make sure that ladies Console Yu stay safely in the backlines. That's the only hope, that late game damage character.
City Boy does not want to push back. 4 characters from Bacon time know that City Boy is in there, and City Boy just does not care about anything. Standing in there.
1,000 gold, and Succubus Clove will be the item that Consort you spend a lot of time trying to buy. So in
that
return,
slows her down even more.
In return, 2 items are only available right now.
14 minutes, that Consort use damage is still not online. We're gonna have to wait a little bit more, and FUTNOVA right now has priority over that Tyrant.
It's very interesting because both marksmen choose to develop to buy a defensive item. Gong Sun Li, it will be an ominous premonition, right? Ominous yeah. Interesting understanding of the game.
Look at that, the Wild Blood comes in, the mirror domain is procced, they're trying to find the right angle to jump in, there's not going to be a kill yet. The Righteous Lamb puts 3 people on air, Snake cannot follow with the damage.
I think FUTNOVA is quite understanding this game as the marksman will be kind of half soldier, half marksman. The only core for them will be the jungler, Lost. This Lam have been keeping her farming for a very long time, now fully tagged it is.
Fully stacked it is. Marks jumped in trying to get on 3 people. He used his flash, and that's gonna very, very, very 120 seconds cooldown.
From the team fights, we can see that the idea from FUTNOVA is constantly using this kind of Gong Sun Li as a bait. Trying to initiate, trying to absorb the damage of crowd control chains from Bacon time. And once the beta succeed, and they lure out their opponent and trying to do the damage using Shen Mengxi's token.
Shadow Overlord is going to be defeated. The Vanguards are coming in, trying to lower a little bit the pressure from bottom lane that FUTNOVA Esports had.
Let's see what kind of things that FUTNOVA can actually get in return using this kind of Overlord. Where will they put the Shadow Overlord on? Which route? Which lane? They're still trying to decide. And Siegebreaker is okay and available for Jing to use right now. The damage is enough but just see what kind of burst damage coming out from the ultimate from Shen Mengxi. 1 ultimate managed to keep 3 members going back to the base.
And that's the thing, right? Just Shen Mengxi just with the kitty bombs, with the all-round explosion, and the cooldown is just so short. He has that ability available very fast. The CD is so short that he can just keep poking and just sending bombs all the time without caring about the CD.
And right now, FUTNOVA are gradually prepare all the things ready for the high ground tower.
Let's see, Bacon Time is going to try to protect that high ground turret. It's going to be Summer using his flash, using his ult. It's going to be Jing trying to take on someone. It's going to be Lost that is going to resurrect. Can he survive? He's going to run away. No, it's going to be Consort Yu that's going to take the kill. Now Summer is sickening so much damage. Hermes trying to take a second one. It's not going to happen. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for Bacon Time.
I would say very nice, like opportunity seized by the side of Bacon Time, and they managed to find the clip where Gong Li stayed onto the top, showing the vision right there. So it will be equals to 5 versus 4 in the front line. That's where they're trying to initiate the team fight, manage to get the Sage Sentry out and the Destiny at the same point. So Lost have been losing a lot of items during the team fights. Pure Sky is being used up, the Sage Sentry has been triggered, and Destiny is also available right now.
He just lost all the items that he needs for winning fights. Sadly for Lost in there, like he did lose a lot of his items.
Another rotation made to the bottom, while Bacon Time find themselves the opportunity to just slow down the pace from their enemies. Right now, they have successfully protected all their high ground towers. That's one good news for Bacon Time.
And you just mentioned that at the beginning of the game, right? Like how KIC2022 needs to push this game to 18, 19, 20 minutes. Without that succubus cloak, if she would have made 3 direct damage items, then probably her damage would be online. I need to see the item board right now to see what is going on with it.
I think Hermaz has got himself more than 5 items already. The damage is enough for the next team fight to happen. But right now, because of the fact that FT and FUTNOVA actually won themselves the Dark Tyrants, it will be very difficult to handle. And the last will be the Blood Whipper or some like items enabling himself to do the recovery thing, HP recovery. Daybreaker is also okay. I think
KIC2022 right now is online.
Officially online.
Yeah, totally. It's officially in. Right now, it's going to be difficult for City Boy and Knight to be as aggressive as they were being in the last 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Because Knight and City Boy, they were just like literally just moving forward, just marching in. Look at that right now being pushed back just by one concert here.
And the rest 4 stayed in the mid while letting Maishnanui to manage the wave down.
Moss trying to steal the dragon. He did not succeed. It's going to be Knight taking it. Right now it's going to be Summer sucking in so much damage. Damage is pouring in from all different areas. Mimar's trying to find the right angle. The Wild Blood comes in. It's going to be Proc. Lost is still alive. Dealing damage. He's going to fall. But he's going to be stand up one more time. He's going to use his Destiny. But it's going to be Hermes that's going to take him down. Now Hermes is alive. He's still the one and only option. Here it's going to be Hermes and Summer trying to keep Bacon Time in the game.
But Hermes is still alive. I think with the help of KIC2022, Bacon Time can wait for their teammates to revive from the base. Because KIC2022 will be the only member needed to clean all the waves.
That was such a good fight, but for Lost, he just let his last resurrection go. He used his 2 resurrections for the game, and as we move into the later game, like it's gonna be difficult for him.
Like both assassins, both like 777, Axe, and Mimar still looking for the chances, find the perfect way to dive in. I think the ultimate from Jing is okay, but if they are like put themselves together right into backliner, both Maishinanui together with Jing, might be a better solution.
Yeah, they should have just completely focused.
Went in.
Just focus your damage, focus your attack on one hero. Get rid of the one hero and then just move on to the next 4.
Yeah, the whole like damage from the one team got quite separated in the team fight just now.
Look at that Fong and Knight trying to find the 007X.
Extremely dangerous. You don't use your abilities when doing the like wave management, especially in the late game. Because it might be a lot of enemies trying hide in the bush, waiting for you to use up your ability, and that will be the time they go in for the kill. And right now, the Tempest Dragon is being spawned, and both teams are quite determined to stand in the river.
You called it, TianYun. You said that we were gonna see the Tempest Dragon, and right now we're in 21 and 30.
But the waves are completely winning in the side of FUTNOVA because they have built it up all the high ground tower. They have taken down all the resources there.
I think that FUTNOVA has played better in terms of wave management compared to Bacon Time, right? Like they did control the waves. Look at the bottom line. If you check on the bottom lane, like it just looks bad for Bacon Time. In the moment that someone just pushes in to clean that, that's going to be the cue for FUTNOVA to go for the Tempest Dragon.
And when it comes to the fact that the speed and how decisive they are, trying to make sure that we have to rush on this dragon, it's very good from the side of FUTNOVA. They're really decisive what kind of movements they want to do. And all of you right now using the Splendor, trading life against Lost.
Lost is gonna go in a 40 seconds cooldown because it's going to be power play for Bacon Time. Let's see what the boys from Bacon Time can do after this. The minions are coming in. The turret is going to fall. Moss is going to proc his ult, trying to take more time for Bacon Time to take this turret. The turret was the target and they actually took it down.
I mean, the price of losing the jungler in such time is very high. You have to lose the initiative on the Tempest Dragon, and you will be constantly losing during the team fights because you like completely lacking of the threat of the jungler assassin. Right now, look how tanky the knight is. Ata managed to soak in all the abilities from the enemies, and right now we are to the dragon hole.
Ata is going to take that crucial kill. And now it's going to be Gunsun Lee taken on Tranfei, falling one more time. It's going to be Jing 007 is going to follow as well. FUTNOVA coming in, taking the Tempest Dragon. 71% crucial teamfight tank.
I mean, Lost is not on side, not available, but with the smite from the Ata, they managed to steal this dragon to their hand, and now FUTNOVA is looking for more with the wave on the top lane, taking down the high ground tower. And the Land is already in the mid as well.
Rocking his ult, trying to take in. He's soaking in so much damage. The damage is not coming in from FUTNOVA. It's going to be Lamb trying to come in. There's not going to be enough. The dragons are coming into the high ground. 1 and 2, mid and top.
The marksman is still available. The only thing they have to do is using the auto attack phase.
Let's go! FUTNOVA Esports are going to take win of this first game of this BO2.
You know, the MVP undoubtedly should go to Ata, right? With the smite good use of the smite, finally taking the Tempest Dragon to their side. I think FUTNOVA has been leading this game for a long time, and finally, you know, in my perspective, I think Bacon Time might have turned the tide around, and this is the Ata standing up, say that no, the game still belongs to us.
The Tempest Dragon just lasted so long. It just was Bacon Time just tried to take that Tempest Dragon, but just took them such a long time just to take it down, right? If you're not completely sure that you can take it, don't start it. Just like, I know that Lost was gone, right? But everyone, you have half of the people from Bacon Time just fighting in the red buff area. And then you only had like a couple people from them trying to take the Tempest Dragon. It took them about 30, 40 seconds to kill that.
I think this decision is acceptable. You will definitely be heading to the Tempest Dragon when you have the solo kill against the jungler of the enemy. But one short thing, you always have to make sure you have a good vision around the whole dragon hole. You have to send somebody there trying to keep those enemies away when they're so definite to find the kills, get the kills over to the dragons. So you have to have the full understanding of the vision, how vision goes. You will probably send Maishita Nui standing up in the front, trying to keep anybody from getting closer to dragons. It'll be like safe assurance.
So, Bacon Time should have just gone all of them for the Tempest Dragon and just leave one person in the bush trying to engage with FUTNOVA's contestants. So, if you are going to do that decision, just go 4-1, but 4 people on the Tempest Dragon, not 4 people just fighting against FUTNOVA.
You know, one more thing, you can actually use those kind of little movement by the dragon, trying to make sure the dragon stays closer to your territory instead of like leaning on the walls of the dragon pole there. So you have to extend the distance of your enemy between your enemy and the dragon so that they cannot using a single smite to take this dragon away from you.
That smite though.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was pretty. That Knight just showing us like so well the timing that he jumps in, right? Like he's just waiting for the dragon just to be in the right moment. And then he just jumps in, uses the smite, takes the whole game. He took 71% of all the damage in that last fight.
And I think like more items should be built. For example, the mortal punishment. You need to have those items to trying to restrict HP recovery speed from Atta. We're seeing this Atta constantly retrieving back because there's no like item directly aiming to restrain this kind of speed, HP recovery speed.
So at the end of the day, like Atta takes the win. No, Atta helps FUTNOVA to take the win. We just learned a lot of different strategies and like how to play with that Tempest Dragon. Lost had already lost like both his resurrection. I think that it was just for Bacon Time to be a little bit more patient. And probably they could have just won one more fight, probably.
So fairly speaking, I said from my own perspective, I think Lost should be standing out in the early phase of the game. So Lost has been taking up a lot of resources from the teammates, and I think he could have done a better job comparing with the performance for this match. So completely understandable if you're facing this kind of matchups, you get nervous, but you still have a second match. It's a BO2, so just make sure you can, do a better performance than the first one. I think Lost.
We're going to be looking forward to that, right? Like it was their first performance. It was the first performance in our KIC. So let's wait and see what the FUTNOVA Esports boys can do. I'm totally sure that the coaches right now are just talking to them and telling them, pointing out the things that they could do better.
Yeah, because I think Lost spent a lot of time farming up throughout, from the beginning to the mid to the late. We are seeing that his personal goals are leading all the time, but actually they want this like victory back to their team because of the Knights stealing the Tempest Dragon. That's not a like presumed way of winning to their compositions.
Well, in the moment that they hit 12 minutes, 13 minutes, and then Consort use damage was still not online, and Lost had already had a very big goal difference, that's the moment when there should have been like a little bit more aggressive,
you
right?
Like, go for more.
Like they shouldn't have just let the game go all the way until 22, 23 minutes.
You should,
Knight, like, amazing performance.
Show off your leading phase.
By
some actions in the team fight. Successfully gaining like 2 double kills, 3 double kills means nothing. You have to do more actions for your team, I think. Apart from the fact that you can constantly getting the kills in the team fights. You can
This is the one,
really go for more. Yeah, this is the one.
This is the one. Just waiting for the right moment. He
like
checks on it.
5 members standing in front of the dragon, watching Atta stealing it from you on your side.
Oh, he jumps in and they know that he's got sniped.
Better positioning, you really have to form better positioning when it comes to like dragon fight. That's extremely important. You save your abilities when your enemy is trying to force in. You save your crowd control abilities trying to stun on this particular hero, making him, enabling him to do the smite or any other moves. Wow.
I'm very happy for FUTNOVA Esports. Really, really, really happy for them because they showed us that they're really up to the task, right? Like they just showed us in their first performance that they're at the level that they need to be.
Yeah.
And right now, for Bacon Time, it's gonna have to be them trying to return, trying to get back. They need to bounce back in this second game. They cannot go with 0 points in their match against FUTNOVA. At least they need to try to save 1 point.
And from now on, I think, as a marksman, maybe Hermes should consider to buy himself a Mortal Punisher instead of all going for those damaging items, because you really need this item to help you trying to deal the fact that this Atta is being undefeated all the time.
That's one of the beautiful things about MOBA games, right? Like the fact that the item choice is not something that is fixed. It's not something that you say like, okay, these are the items that I'm gonna go with, always these 5, always these 6 items. It's not that. You need to see the moment, you need to see the hero, see the compositions, and then just to make those decisions quickly. Let's check on the highlights real quick, and let's just try to analyze what happened in this game that allowed FUTNOVA Esports to take that first win. Look at that.
I think from the team fights, we can grasp the idea of why this Ata is keeping restoring HP all the time. Like, you really need Mortal Punisher trying to slow down the recovery speed of this hero. If you don't have any kind of restriction on this hero, he will be undefeated during the team fight. From now on, absorbing all the damage from Bacon Time, and the HP bar did not even move for a little bit.
The HP bar is just going to be not changing at all.
You have to find the best solution according to your enemy's compositions.
Let's wait and see. Let's see if Bacon Time is going to be able to come up with a strategy on how to change things around. They know they cannot just lose this match. Now, let's have a little rest and we'll be back with our second game. FUTNOVA Esports started. their KIC journey with an amazing victory. Now, what is Bacon Time going to do? How are they going to respond? What do you think, TianYun?
I mean, what's very surprising to think is that FUTNOVA still holds 100 winning percent.
Oh, that's true.
Percentage in the KIC till now.
Let's go.
After the very first one, the record still remains. The legendary still pass on. Wow.
Now, this second round of BP is going to be an interesting one. I believe that FUTNOVA took most of the heroes that they are really good with in that first round.
The best car is already there.
Let's see what they can do in this second one. FUTNOVA Esports, are they going to allow Bacon Time with the Tatsuya strategy? Let's wait and see.
No. You don't want to set these kind of very complex duels outside for you to deal with. What kind of like assassins, what kind of junglers would FUTNOVA have? They have been used Lam, which will be the most played character for lots to play. And the remaining, maybe, I heard Ukyo Touch Pena might be the choice. Maybe like FUTNOVA will definitely going for the early game invasion for this one. I'm not so sure.
Early game invasion with Yukio Chiwana would be an option if you want to put pressure, like psychological pressure on Bacon Time, right? Like if you just lost and then in the early game of the second game, you start already being pressured against the wall, that could be a lot of pressure for them to support.
Wow, invasion is one hard task for a team to master. Just imagine if you want to invade, but ending up in losing in the very early phase, you might face a lot of challenges early on. And right now, like two blue characters are being picked out. Zhangzi together with Zhao Jun might be the answer from FUTNOVA.
Blue characters.
We're kind of expected this combo to show up because Zhangzi is really popular.
Zhangzi is so popular. It is like
higher qualifiers.
It is the answer to teams that they want to fight. It's like they know that Bacon Time might like to fight. So whenever that you initiate, that's it. Butterfly effect, everyone just pushes back and then we start fighting after you.
All right. Maybe FUTNOVA is Consort Yu as the third pick. They are extremely weak in the early game. I think these three picks might give Bacon Time some answers. They might shift and trying to change another like completely different gaming styles using if they have like good use of the rest like pick.
What about the Tai Treren for Bacon Time?
Okay, I think it's okay.
That would be alright, no?
Yeah, you can be like more expressive. Maybe Lumber together with Lu Bu looking for more chances, looking for more engagements in the early game. The second round of the bands here, Zhou Yu and Miyamoto Musashi at the same time. Okay, targeting on their junglers.
They need to target on the junglers. Right now, Lost has not yet have any choices. If he decides to go for Yukio Tachibana, that would be their only option for early game.
I think Yukio will not be available because like Bacon Time still have one spot remaining. Ukyo Tachibana, if they did their homework, will definitely be the hero they want to lock in. Oh, Jin. Set him free of the Yukio. You should go for it. Otherwise, your composition will be extremely weak in the early game. You don't want to show your weakness to your like enemies.
They need to try to balance it right now.
Yeah.
They have to balance this because right now everything is so late game.
Yes.
And they need to have at least one option for the early game to protect their resources, to protect their jungle. And Yukio Tachibana is going to be that option.
And also, they have to struggle a tank. I mean, Xiaohoudun might be a best solution
for
FUTNOVA trying to have. Because both Ukyo together with Xiaohoudun will trying their best to protect the jungle. Because if like Bacon Time used the Smartsman Gongsun Li to go to the mid, okay, that pretty much finished on my topic because they have to like Xiangguan as a mid laner. Wow.
You had a whole hypothesis just over here lied down and then
it vanished away.
Xiangguan came with her brush and just cleaned it up.
The very nice moves using Xiangguan as a counter pick against Consort Yu. This is a very common thing to see in KPL region matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be Bacon Time, just waiting for Xiangguan making it to 4.
This composition is really good, looking good from the side of Bacon Time. Just imagine, yeah, once they reach level 4, who can find to stop their invasion? Who can find to stop their rotation?
There's nothing FUTNOVA can do in the first 3-4 minutes of the game. There's nothing they can do. The only thing that they can try to hope for is that their mid lane is gonna be safe, that they're not gonna lose any turrets, but the kills are gonna be all for Bacon Time. If Bacon Time decides to fight, they're gonna end up taking at least 3 or 4 kills in the first 4 minutes.
There's no way, you know, no clear way for FUTNOVA trying to slow things down. Bacon Time definitely looking for a lot of team fights in the early game. We are just together, wait and see, wait for those 5 characters to reach for level 4. Oh, quite a game from Bacon Time. I think after losing the first one, they got really furious about this. They were ready for the battle.
Oh no, come on, like they just decided, you know what, like, they saw the first 2 picks. They saw the first 2 picks from FUTNOVA, and then they just said like, okay, let's go. Foot on the gas since minute 1, all the way 0 to 100.
I think for this game, I think FUTNOVA is kind of losing, not gaining themselves any advantages during the draft. And so as a result, like Bacon Time has forced themselves a huge leading in the composition. But there's always a but after each sentences.
Yeah, of course.
If FUTNOVA can put these composition all together, trying to buy themselves time to the late game, I think they still hold a very good chances of winning. Make good use of Concert Yu, waiting for those 6 stacks to be filled. Even though it might be costing them a lot of times.
Can they make it to the late game?
I don't know. That really depends on how like Bacon Time performed.
That's going to be our main question for today. Let's see if Bacon Time is going to follow our indications, trying their best to take the fight at the beginning, trying to take the lead and taking the win that could give them 1 point in this horrible scenario they've been put in.
Like the hero pulls from Mimox really surprised me a lot. Mai Shinui ones, and again Shangguan. This one's a player who really loves to play the Succession Major. It's not a very common thing to see. Usually when you started out on Honor of Kings, these 2 characters will not be the one you want to exercise more on.
Yeah, of course. Like those are very difficult. Like the mechanics behind Mai Shiranui, at least in the debates that I've had, they come at the top.
Oh, they're very complex heroes.
One of the most difficult heroes to play.
No,
Moss overstepping.
Wow.
Even the first kill for FUTNOVA when they are not in the right place.
The rotation for Lost after cleaning the first waves and quite rushing himself into the mid, trying to gain FUTNOVA more priority here and gaining the River Sprite as well.
Look at that, they're gonna come in one more time. 007X taken very low, is going to see a second kill. Now Hermes is still not yet in level 4, but it's going to be Yukio Tachibana that is going to fall.
All right, this opening, this starting point is not as anticipated, right?
Not what we were expecting.
So FTN, which was will be standing for FUTNOVA, actually made some progress here, gaining 1 more kill against Bacon Time.
If your opponent shows this kind of little mistakes, right, like stepping in too deep, or like trying to engage in fights that they don't know that they can win, well, you need to take the advantage in there. You need to just call them.
Oh, what a play. Let's see what
the Overlord and
the next move is from FUTNOVA. Also start snowballing here.
And they have a little gold advantage right now. If they can just find Yukio Tachibana right now to control that tyrant and then just move into either bottom or top, try to get 1 more kill, start cementing that advantage.
I think Lost, this player is kind of adjusting into KIC right now. We can see where the location he goes, what kind of decision he made. As all have a lot of things to do with the rhythm of this player.
So maybe at the beginning of the Fong extremely low is going to be taken down by Bimarks. That's a good thing about having the assassins, right? Like in the moment that Shangguan makes it to level 4, the mid lane should not be priority anymore.
So it
needs to be top
like
and bottom.
Standing there, because without the flash, it will be like easy target for Wang trying to target in.
Lost over there is going to be pushed back. He needs to jump through the wall to survive.
But this is your Q touchdown. You always have the dashes available for you to go across the wall. Another endeavors here. Oh, got throws between the steps.
I love the accuracy from Snape. The accuracy from Snape right now, at least in this first 3 minutes and a half, completely spot on.
Like Snape has already got 2 kills.
Both of them from that early fight that we had over there in the red buff.
This might answer the question why they use the second pick places for Snape to secure down the choice of the hero.
And that's great information, not only for us, but for the other teams as well, right? Like right now, the other teams know that Snape on Zhaojun is something to be careful about. It's not a hero that you want to give them.
Tower shields have been shattered.
Okay, already past 4 minutes, so we will no longer have the tower shield. Maybe Bacon Time is waiting for this moment to dive in, finally using the ultimate together, accompany Lam dive into the backlines, making some under tower attacks right now.
Knight receiving so much damage. It's going to be 007X trying to find the angle. Lupu jumps in. Knight is taken low. He's going to fall.
So as the time goes by, 4 minutes is, Bacon Time starts up their initiations right on the target, Knight. Knight goes down.
Right now, that's going to level a little bit the gold, right? That's going to completely bring it down, erasing the deficit they used to have. Marks right now needs to take control of the rhythm. 007X falling to lost his blade. 1v1 solo kills.
Well, that's really lifted up the whole spirit for Lost.
And it is true, like in the first game, in the first minutes, he just looked a little bit nervous, probably. But right now, it just looks like he's completely taking control of this. Same as the red team is taking control of that bottom turret.
And once FUTNOVA, the jungler, is feeling so comfortable, you can see that the whole team is going for the right direction right now. The ultimate used by Gen.G trying to clean away while Knight found some opportunity on the Shangguan.
All right, it's going to be Summer proccing his ult, using his flash, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to fall. Right now, it's going to be 007 trying to turn things around. It's going to be Concert U just collecting those double kills.
But after all, after everything happens, Lost will be the one person getting inside of the jungle, stealing away all the resources from Bacon Time. If you pull off this kind of composition, but find yourself being defeated all the time during the team fights and your jungle belongs to your enemies, I think now Bacon Time facing a huge threat.
No, we mentioned it, right? Like, if you lost the game, and then during the first stages of the early game of this second battle, you're still being put down, you're still being killed. Psychologically, that puts so much pressure on you.
Bacon Time should spend some time, find themselves the perfect angle trying to do the team fights. But after this, before all of this happened, I think the team fights, the location chose is not a good one. So that FUTNOVA can always find a way to break through. Another
that's
here.
Going to be a 4v2. Trying to push. Moss is going to proc his ult, coming in, showing up one more time, but the turret is going to fall.
Yeah, damage is not enough. It's kind of evenly separated by this good standing point, standing closely with one another, trying to protect your marksman from getting too much damage from Shangguan.
FUTNOVA rotating really well, right?
Yeah.
The way that they roam together as a team, and just closes any opportunity that Bacon Time has to try to find a solo kill.
I think they're really familiar with it.
Oh, look at that! He's on air, the final stroke. He takes one. Tried to take a City Boy, but the City Boy was just tanky enough to survive.
Yeah,
Still
that's
right.
a very
took one kill.
dangerous positions trying to go back. You can absolutely choose to teleport back with a better choice of the position you're standing in.
Come on, Marks is an assassin. You have Marks and 007X, 2 assassins in the other team. Be careful about your positioning.
Never, ever trying to teleport back, standing ahead of your enemies. You're basically handing over your life to them. That's one lesson learned.
Tips from TianYun. Everyone at home, take note of that.
Stay careful.
8 minutes in the game. Things looking good for FUTNOVA. Like for Bacon Time, still not really being able just to grease a little bit the machine to actually get going.
Exactly.
It's going to depend on the individualities for them.
So despite the fact that all the random skirmishes happened in the top, in the bottom, in the main, but the one true fact is that Feng, the Consort Yu, is farming up gradually towards the very end.
Look at that, Summer one more time. It's going to be the butterfly effect that is going to save their life. Consort Yu takes on 1 kill, takes on Lipu. Moss is going to be frozen down. He's going to fall as well. It's going to be 2 kills for FUTNOVA.
And then looking for more, I think they can directly dive into the Overlord. Trying to take control of the common objectives will be a good choice for them. FUTNOVA using Yukio Touch Pena going ahead towards this Overlord, gaining themselves more dragons. That's a good news for them. And like we can see the replay here, even though like Zhuangzi and the frontliner like Knight has been very low, but just lack of like simple, like single damage skills is needed for Bacon Time to finish up this kill.
Snape collecting kills, right? Like he just keeps taking, he just like his second ability accuracy is just on point.
Like 2.5 items available for Consort Yu. That meteor counts as a half one. I think it's okay.
It is still fine, right?
The gold is leading compared with Gongsun Li. This Consort Yu is gradually farming up towards the monster, damaging, contributing monster in the late game.
We know that Yukio Tachiwana is like the spotlight is going to move away from him as the time passes.
Yeah.
Like that Yukio Tachiwana, his damage is not going to be that important in the future. He's just going to be more of an initiation, just using his abilities to stun. But it's going to come down to Snape and Feng, what they can do on Zhaojun and Consort Yu to just let the damage pour.
And for Summer, I think a good communication is really needed for them. Oh, again,
it's going to be wide. He uses the ultimate. Moss is going to come in, providing with the shield. And now it's going to be the blue team, the one that they're trying to be on the hunt. But Snape's frigid cage is going to be settling down to the floor.
Yeah, I was just talking about this. The Summer actually have to form like closer bond with the rest of the teammates. Every single time that Summer chooses to dive in, I think like he should wait for the right moment where Mimark or 7X can be following up. Or otherwise he's wasting his ultimate and also cost the price of Moss ultimate together.
So that's the thing. It's like you might have like a great vision, a great position just to use your ult, but what if your teammates are not there yet?
Yeah.
Like you cannot take on 5 people on your own.
Don't try to start up a 1 versus 5. And with the Zhaojun right over there, like Summer's ending point will be highly predicted. So you'd better use your flicker trying to escape away, or otherwise we will be froze.
But Nova have their eyes on that top turret. They're already coming in, determined to at least take it down to half.
And right now, I think this game started to sound and seemed very familiar with the last one.
True.
In early and mid-game, FUTNOVA actually trying everything they could to tear down all the outer turrets from Bacon Time, and right now they're waiting for the right moment for the like Shadow Tyrants, Shadow Vanguards will be available, and right now going for the high ground tower.
No, as the Vanguards are coming in, just like the wave management from FUTNOVA is just showing how much superior they are in comparison to Bacon Time. Lupu is going to jump in one more time, but Feng is still alive.
Consort Yu is being the target.
Ooh, Consort Yu is being the target, but he's going to run away now. This flash is going to allow him to take on that kill. Good communication. Now it's going to be frozen down. FUTNOVA needs to run.
Finally, Bacon Time has waiting for this kind of team fight for a very long time. And this time Summer, together with Mimarks, get their targets right on Feng. And Feng, there's nothing, obviously nothing, nowhere to go, because the one way they're phasing like Lu Bu with the ultimate, and the other way to the back lines, to the back of your bodies, you are phasing to direct dive in.
Look at that! Lost finding one more kill over there in the bush.
Gong Li trying to revenge for her teammates. Did it.
Oh, love it. Lost is right now just getting back in the game.
That's teamwork.
Good for him.
That's what we call like team spirit. We never go down.
Talking about teamwork and team spirit, just building a little bit more on the point that you just mentioned. The cooperation between me, Marks, and Summer in there might be the answer for bacon time. That's literally what they need to do. Summer jumps in, it looks wide, but the way that me, Mark goes from behind and focusing all of its damage on Concert Youth.
This kind of standing position is one way for FUTNOVA trying to expand and following up questions.
Look at that, Summer comes in, it's going to be Snape, the one that's going to follow. Me, Marks comes in, jumps in, it's going to be more people. Knight is going to fall. Only Lost and City Boy are going to survive from that bacon time tank-like push.
This whole mechanism just started working with the right positioning of the ultimate from Lubu, managed from bacon time to take a huge victorious winning in the team fight. And right now, FAM members standing side by side waiting for this minion to dive in the high ground tower. Another ultimate available. Wow, once more.
It's going to be there. It's going to be 5 seconds for Snape to come in. They still want to push in. Bacon time comes in, takes on Tronson and push back, taking the turret and taking the kills.
All right, so the good news for FUTNOVA is that Lost still survived. So with a good use of the ultimate together with the second ability, enables like Lost to clean the waves very fast.
Oh, did you see exactly from where me, Marks, just came? He was like a mile away from the fight. He uses his abilities, and then when he comes to the final stroke, procs his flash, deals the damage exactly where he wanted. Love that.
But we are back to the life where FUTNOVA have their hands on the Shadow Tyrant, and they have it. The gold differences is not that huge. I think either teams with a good display of a team fight can possibly win this game. It's not a very huge difference there.
15 minutes, and we thought that it was going to be FUTNOVA, but right now, look at that. Bacon time reminding us that they are still in. One more time with the flash, takes on Tronson. It's going to be fun trying to recover a little bit more.
And frozen down there, Snape managed to find a way going outside, but unable to do that because double kill still went for Lam.
Oh, Lam is online right now. They've got the Vanguards coming in. They have top and bottom. Those are going to be the goals taken on that turret. Let's see what Bacon time can do.
The second Q2 turret in the top goes down to the side of Bacon time. Complete turning over right now.
And complete control from Bacon time right now. Look at that. Me Marks goes online. He's on air right now. Both Me Marks and 007 taking on a phone. Now it's going to be Lost, the one that is going to fall. The dragons, 3 dragons coming from top.
All available for the Vanguard to rush in the final base. Like City Boys does everything he could, trying to solo a little more time for the teammate to revive.
It's not going to be enough as Knight and Snape trying their very best
the
to keep
ultimate for the second time for Me-Mark to fly up in the air, gaining the victory to their sides. Congratulations to Bacon time.
Bacon time coming in, turning things around, and finally taking their first victory of the group stages. That's going to be a 1-1. It's going to be 1 point for each team.
Well, this game is...
It was so nice
good.
at the end.
Yeah, it's very good. You can actually see how many, they really try to make good use of this Shangguan together with Lubu. At the very first time, start the very beginning, like early 10 minutes, I think Bacon time is not making good decisions when it comes to the team fights. With the location they chose, the order of the abilities, and ultimately trying to pull off is not that good. But after all, they found a way. You know, trying to pull off a very good one and victorious teamfight one.
But did you see that it was just like at the end of the game, that just like they kind of like synchronized? It's just the same as when you're like watching TV, and for some reason like the image and the sound, they're not in sync. That's how it felt at the beginning when we're watching Bacon time. But then we watched those last fights in the last 2-3 minutes. everything was just like the same clockwork coming in one after the other.
Yep. I think FUTNOVA, like Snape, played really well using the Zhaojing, trying to use the ultimate to locate and to secure the whole like mid-wave management. But unfortunately, I think Concert is being too heavily targeted, so that there's no way that FUTNOVA can finally found to protect this marksman alive.
When Concert U was picked from FUTNOVA, Bacon Time immediately just responded with Shangguanwar.
Yep.
Because Shangguanwar deals magical damage, right? So it means that Concert U's second ability is going to be nullified. So it was just a direct counter pick against that.
I think the turning point for this match will be the high ground tower team fights.
Yeah.
So remember, with the dive in and using the frontline threat, using Lu Bu's ultimate, and that diving from Shangguan managed to take down the Concert U for once. They are trying, and then after that particular like team fight happened, I think from the side of Bacon Time, they're trying to repeat what happened using the same mechanics.
If you see that something works, that's just exactly what they said. Like, they were like, whoa, hold on.
This can work.
That actually worked out. What about if we just keep doing that? And they just keep spamming on that bottom. And they just keep spamming on the same strategy. And it gave them the victory. So congratulations to Bacon Time on finding the solution for this problem.
But you know, surprisingly use of the Zhuangzi. So in the very early and the mid game, I think the use of Zhuangzi pretty much explained why this hero is being so popular big. Because the best use of hero managed to find a lot of way for those teammates to make rotations from the bottom to the top and to the mid. I think they made a lot of successful rotation when it comes to trying to manage, trying to control the dragons, make good use of the common objectives. That rotation is efficient. I think the use of Zhuangzi is really like powerful and efficient.
I agree with you on that. Like the use of Zhuangzi was critical. Knight on Xiaohodun was not as massive as it was on Atta in the first game, right? Like the pick was not the same. Like on Atta, like he was completely pushing in, but this time in a completely different hero, it just did not show the same precisiveness.
And I mean, they have like a very huge like master on Zhuangzi, how this whole like strategy works out from the very beginning to the mid. I think these kind of strategy really works, but the very end, I think they're trying to find a way to protect this Concert U, but does not really found a best solution to solve this question, because you're facing like different angles, enemies. You're facing a lot of AoE damage coming from Lu Bu, and we all know that very late game with the best use of the item, if you are fully decked out, this Lu Bu can be a nightmare to your enemies, to the backliner especially.
That's for sure. Well, Lost, my thoughts on Lost is that he completely the first game he felt a little bit nervous. This game,
that really
way better, right?
Like Kill Touch Banner really made a lot of things happen in the early game.
He took a couple one-on-one solo fights, right? Like in the first game, he was the one just losing those fights. He kept taking them for the second one, and he was actually on the winning side. So very well done for him. But this is undoubtedly the MVP of this match. Bacon Time, me marks.
Me marks, the first battle he used Mai Shilanui, and the second one he used Shangguan, showing off all the limitations of this assassin mages. I really love this kind of player because it will be them trying to perform well and gives us this kind of opportunity to see like Shangguan goes into the real fight.
Exactly, in this meta, like a lot of choices are just being given in mid lane for heroes that can clean wave quickly. And Shangguanwar actually being an assassin that can just give you a completely different choice to face these battles. When everyone is just doing the same, you need to come up with something different. And that Shangguanwar might be an option for Bacon Time.
Me marks. Let's remember this ID together. 4-2-7 KDA.
18-9. 27 kills in the whole game.
And what a play for like Hermes, like 505, not even dead for once.
Like he played well. Like in the moment that you have a Gunsun Lee and you're not dying and you can just keep farming, the more that the game was going to push forward, the more that Hermes was going to look like more like bigger and bigger. Like look at that, he dealt 30% of all the damage from his team.
I mean, one-to-one, it might, as an audience and a caster, I think is pretty much the best solution we got because we can see these two teams, they're constantly competing with one another. They're facing the fact that they're possibly going to be like 50-50 depending on what kind of composition they finally got. So apart from the fact that they might be facing and feeling a little bit frustrated. But I think as a casters, this game, this BO2 is definitely worth watching.
Yeah, it was a really nice game. I love the way that how both of them, they had very similar levels.
Yep.
That you could see that their understanding of the game and then the way that they played, they were very similar. How they're going to react when playing to teams that they're going to be coming from a different area than them. And that's a question for us to keep right over there and something to look forward the next days.
So in the result, each team will gain themselves 1 point each. Okay, so a good start, I think.
Not a bad result.
Yeah, you have something in return. Okay, so we are ready for interview. Hello, me Marks. Say hi to all the audiences, please.
สวัสดีครับมีมาร์คช่วยแนะนำตัวทางกล้องหน่อยครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับมีมาร์คนะครับเป็นเมดจากทางทีมเบคอนไทม์นะครับผมเป็นตัวแทนจากทางประเทศไทยนะครับ
Hello, my name is Me Mark and I'm mage in Bacon Time and I'm representing Thailand.
Nice to meet you, Me Mark. So my first question will be, we saw you play 2 assassin mages in one role. The first one will be Mai Shenrui, the second one will be Shengguan. So what makes you so interested in this kind of hero? And you played really well, so share with us, what's your secret in mastering these 2 kind of characters?
เขาบอกว่าเกมแรกได้ใช้เมจอยู่แล้วเกมที่2ก็ได้ใช้ตัวเมจใช่ไหมครับแล้วก็ช่วยอธิบายว่าทำไมถึงชอบเมจตัวนี้แล้วก็เริ่มชอบแบบเมจตัวนี้ตอนไหนครับยังไงครับ
ตัวเกมแรกใช่ไหม
เกมแรกกับเกม2ครับ
ก็เกมแรกนะครับก็เป็นเมจที่ผมค่อนข้างชื่นชอบเพราะว่ามันมีมูฟสปีดที่ค่อนข้างที่จะไวนะครับแล้วก็เมจอีกตัวนึงนะครับในเกมที่2เนี่ยก็เป็นเมจที่ค่อนข้างเล่นยากพอสมควรนะครับก็เหมือนตอนนี้ก็พยายามฝึกอยู่นะครับก็พยายามเล่นให้ดีที่สุดนั่นเองนะครับ
He said that in our first game, the mage that he played, he liked it because it has really good movement. And the second mage that he played in the second game, he said actually it's really a hard hero to play. So he'll try his best and yeah.
You did a really good job. And the first match is really, really interesting because you are facing a 5 versus 4. And the final Tempest Dragon, your team does not make it. So what does you feel, having the advantages doing the solo kill against a jungler, but unfortunately does not have the win and the victory for that match? How do you feel about this?
เขาบอกว่าช่วยอธิบายความรู้สึกตอนพี่ได้โซโล่คิวแล้วก็โดนแย่งมังกรครับ
ก็ตอนที่โซโล่คิวก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าป่าฝั่งตรงข้ามค่อนข้างที่จะรวยนะครับแล้วก็ตอนที่โดนลาดก็รู้สึกว่าไม่เป็นไรมันเป็นสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นได้อยู่แล้วนะครับก็คุยกันในทีมว่าโอเคเราโฟกัสกับเกมที่ยังอยู่ก่อนนะครับก็พยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับในทุกๆเกมนั่นเองนะครับผม
Also at first he said when he killed the other side jungle, he was so excited because the other side jungle has a lot of money. And after getting steal the dragon, he said it can happen in every game. So they try to concentrate in the game and stay focused on the present. And they'll try their best in the remaining game. Thank you.
All right, understood. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, Me Marks. Oh, good mentality. Good one.
It can happen to anyone.
All the time. Yeah.
But can you imagine, like, for the man, like, he comes in, he takes the solo kill, he's so happy, and then they just, in the second minute, they just lose the Tempest Dragon. That kind of be like a roller coaster of emotions for him, at least.
That's one experience, one good experience when you're an esports player, You got a strong heart.
Oh, yeah. You gotta have a strong
Exercise
heart.
a lot.
That's important. Well, our game 2 is done. Now we're gonna have to move into game 3. That's going to bring us so many different players that we have not yet seen, right? We're gonna have YaLLa Esports.
And Impunity.
That's gonna be nice. That's gonna be really nice to watch, all right? Now, what about if we have a little break and then after that, we're gonna bring you that game between Impunity and YaLLa Esports. They have a rest.
what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in It's our time to shine.
The first game of the Group B is right here. Impunity, the representative from South Asia, only losing to SCARZ during the wildcards qualifiers, are going to be facing the representative from the Middle East and North Africa region, YaLLa Esports.
YaLLa Esports, like we heard so much about this esports club, and you know, this is the very first time for them to have a match like for the entire audience to see.
Yes.
Because like the MENA, we would say like Middle East and North Africa qualifiers, comparing the amount of the audiences, I mean this match you will constantly be offering under a huge pressure because the audiences will be like 100 times than the qualifiers.
A completely different environment, right? What are they going to do about that?
Your performance will be like together witnessed by the audience from all over the world. This must be endure a lot of pressure on them. So I really looking forward to see the performance from YaLLa, because I think collecting a lot of information about this team, and they prefer to use like jungle assassin core than the marksman, and no assassin mage has been played before in the previous matchups.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a lot of Zhou Yu, a lot of Shen Mengxi,
a lot of Zhao Jing. It is.
Well, that's going to give good information for Impunity.
Yeah, that's like gaming style of them.
If Impunity can start just by banning 2 of those 3 heroes,
like Hero did,
like they're going to push them just to have a mage pick in the first round. And that's gonna be bad for their jungle options. very easy to counter.
I mean, Impunity really did a great job in the wildcard qualifiers. I can still remember all the plays, all the matchups in the last like 3 days. I really like how they're so dedicated to the whole strategies.
Like
so if the coach like wants you do the invasion, they will totally did it.
They have a very close style and understanding to the patch and the meta. Something similar to the KPL teams, right?
Yep.
That's something for YaLLa Esports to be careful about. Let's see what Impunity can do. Impunity with the coach X7.
The Chinese name for this coach will be Xiaoqi. He used to be leading a lot of teams, Stars, KSG, a lot of teams. He had made a huge achievements to those teams. Good coach.
Let's see what the boys from Xiaoqi can do today. It's gonna be Impunity against YaLLa Esports. It's gonna be the first time that we're gonna see YaLLa live, right? Like I remember from all the research that we've done, we've seen their players actually are really good. But right now, as they're gonna move all the way here, can they perform at the same level? Can they have the exact same thing? Can they show us the same that they showed us before?
There is a slight chance for Impunity to have Guan Yu as their top laner because they love this character for Ashing to play. But yeah, it still depends on what kind of composition their opponent YaLLa is choosing to get. Liu put together with Lam, okay. I can pretty much see this coming.
Maybe Guan Yu.
Again, Guan Yu and Kai.
Guan Yu and Kai, that would be really nice. No.
The best cards in the pocket. Drop it.
TianYun, why you're so smart? You watch so much esports. You really are every day on the game. Look at you just landing every single pick.
I mean, every single audience who have watched Impunity plays are dying to see Ashing play this character. One of the best moves, Xi as a counter pick towards Kai and Guan Yu at the same time. How do you feel about this?
Oh, Xi can slow them down, and that's the main idea. Like, if you have a Xi, you just need to wait for that Guan Yu to come in. Use your second ability, pull him out, slow him down, so his energy bar just completely disappears. And in the moment that Kai is going to try to be a damage, he's going to try to damage and be a threat to your back line, just use your Xi, pull him away.
Yep.
I love Xi as a choice for mid lane. I would love to see a little bit more of that hero during KIC.
You know, the whole theory that you just analyzed will all standing up under one circumstances.
Okay.
It's accuracy is enough. So if you take more consideration, doing the solo matchup the mid, Xi will be constantly being poked by the Shenmengxi.
Yes.
So he really needs to develop a good and better standing point so that the HP will remain in a quite healthy state before the team fight even begins. Though otherwise, I think the Xi might be the target for this Guan Yu.
And they don't have a real frontliner yet, right?
Who is there to have your vision to hold and to absorb the damage from the enemies? I see nobody.
Right now, if you choose a Lady Sun, probably
no, it's
Lumber?
not available. Lumber might be the choice because since Zhang Fei is not available at the same time.
Maybe Lian Po?
Lian Po can do a lot of initiation, but it comes to protect the backlines, I think Lian Po is quite limited. They should, they better look for those supports who can protect the backline. Both Lady Sun and Xi need a lot of protection and vision provided by the frontliners. So who will be the final answer from YaLLa?
Trance is going to be the answer to the Xi problem.
Yes. Purify all the crowd control chains. Good ones.
Such a popular pick in the other areas. I love that.
It really works, using
it does.
Going against Xi.
Come on, if something is working, just use it. Come on, if they choose Xi, okay, I'm just gonna use Trance. That's it. Purify your control.
YaLLa really spent a lot of time trying to figure out what kind of support will work the best in this composition.
It's either Lumber or Lian Po.
I think they're struggling a lot.
Those would be my two options.
They don't want to give up a chance of initiation, but also they want to make sure that they can protect their backline. So the answer will directly go to Dong Huangtai. I kind of like this. Because you have to make sure there's one man standing there stopping Guan Yu of doing all the constant damage to your backlines. Dong Huangtai's ultimate might do the same. Do the task.
I'm so sorry, Ting. I need to put it out there. I don't agree. Dong Huangtai depends a lot on his HP bar, right?
Yeah,
like he needs to be able to be healthy, to jump in the right moment, to use that Forsaken contract to lock in either Shen Mengxi or Fang. How is that Dong Huangtai gonna jump in if Shen Mengxi has a very long range?
So in this particular game, maybe this Dong Huangtai will try to stick up with the Lady Sun all the time. He will be standing quite in the backline where this Lu Bu will be the only vision, only top lane for this competition. So I would say that this is one achievement, Xiaoqi. This BP is really good. By taking like Zhang Fei, Zhang Zi in your personal, in your own team, and Tai Yizhen away. Highly targeted the choices of the support.
Support, right? Support is such an important player. It's such an important position in our game, right? Like it's either supporting the bottom lane or supporting the mid lane. Is going around. You are supposed to give vision. A lot of the rhythm of the game depends a lot on the jungler and the support. So targeting the support, forcing them to choose a Dong Huangtai in a composition with no real frontliner, that's really good news for Impunity.
Oh, it's really hard to YaLLa trying to find a way to actually win in the team fight. But because every single quality we have taken into consideration when we're trying to analyze what a good composition it is, they're kind of facing some like disadvantages in that.
Let's wait and see. It's going to be YaLLa Esports coming into the KIC, showing us what they've got under their sleeves, and it's going to be Impunity just showing us why they were the second place of their wildcards qualifiers. Let's see what's going to happen between the blue and the red side.
But you know, after some deep consideration of this, if like Doma did a really good job during the team fights, how accurate he actually pulled up every single like bait towards their teams, I think they can probably pull off this kind of competition.
Let's wait and see. The only thing that we can do is just to wait and see. Look at that. Impunity jumping in, trying to get vision on that blue buff. And it's going to be Ray, the one that is going to fall, as seen taking first blood.
And one more thing, actually, the players exchanging the lane. So Xin was one like former top lane player and right now plays Shen Mengxi in the mid. Exchange like this Guan Yu 2 ex-hero who played the mid in the wildcard qualifier.
Oh, I love that.
How talented they are.
I love that.
Positions.
Nobody was expecting that, right?
And Xin managed to use this kind of advantages in the mid lane priority, gain themselves in extra first blood. Wow.
Wow, look at that. So aggressive.
You really like fun every single time when you're casting a game.
I love it.
You get so excited.
Everyone should know that. Fun. Favorite hero ever. Let's go.
Oh, that's great moves. Using the ending phase of the second ability of Shen Mengxi, trying to create this kind of stun, even for like half second, will gain yourself an extra like first blood to your side. Good ones.
Ray taken to half of his HP, had to go back to base, giving that blue buff to the blue side.
Wow, YaLLa completely out of control. Like Impunity is kind of enjoying them game right now. Every single rotation, this means something. Wow,
they're gonna go for the kill. Look at that. One more. They just start piling up.
Starting from now on, I think the game will be extremely easy for Impunity trying to play because they have earned themselves a very good beginning.
Great beginning. It's already 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Already 1,500 gold advantage.
Like Sinjo have already used the Purify in the bottom lane, and right now, the support goes to the top means that the marksman will still be in solo on the bottom, trying to absorb all the damage coming from the duels. No, that's not gonna work. I think like ladies really need some help there.
Clyde's still not in level 4.
Yeah.
Like he still doesn't have his ultimate available. Might happen in any second, but it's gonna be difficult to contest that red buff.
Oh, if this game continues to be like this, I think it will be like finished in very early, around 10 minutes. Because we can literally see like YaLLa is losing themselves. They're not quite sure about
what to do, right? Like it's very difficult for them to make a decision in this moment. And they do not know what should we do. Should we just go and try to protect the blue buff for Ray? Or should we just go and protect Simjo? Because Simjo right now has not seen any kind of support.
Another invasion to the blue. Remember it is. Ray tries his best, trying to gain back the blue, but unfortunately, the blue still goes to Nanjing.
Abdog jumps in with his ultimate. He's been taken very low. The Forsaken contract comes in. The damage is not going to follow. And it's going to be Clyde, the one that is going to fall. Look at that. Flower is still in. And it's going to be Hero coming from behind, taking one more kill.
Yeah, 4-0 and the kill number. I think now like Impunity is completely like dominating this game. This is not a great move for YaLLa to respond because they're facing too much challenges. Everything is happening on each lane. The jungle is being invaded, the bottom lane is being targeted, and the top lane, there's nothing they can do. Wow, kill is free, another kill.
It is already out of control. It is completely for Impunity right now. YaLLa needs to do something. They need to wait for Impunity to make a mistake probably, but I don't see a mistake coming in when you have such a clear advantage.
I mean, this will be a good solution. If you are facing constant invasion by your enemy, the best solution, the best way you can do to prevent this from happening is to gathering around as a team, trying to fight back. But after one time of trying, I think they're losing it. And start from now on, I think this game will be easy. Will be easy for Impunity to play.
It's gonna be tough. Has the
huge gap.
Mid lane turret already fallen.
Has destroyed a tower.
5 minutes of the game. 4,000 gold lead. The blue buff is gonna go for Impunity one more time.
Wow, and your jungle are completely dominated and controlled by your enemies. That's the least thing I could possibly think of during the match.
Ray trying to find the moment just to jump in, try to turn things around. But he's only a level 7 lamb right now. He does not have a level advantage against anyone in the blue side.
Oh, this Shenlongxi, quite surprised, exchanging positions.
I love it, but at the same time, look at the way that Asing is playing. He's being very aggressive. So he's just taking his understanding about how to play on top lane, and he's just moving it into a completely different way how to play mid laner.
Oh, YaLLa ambition in the bush, and that's
suppressed.
The damage
going
is
to
not
be enough. Clyde's still in, receiving damage from all different sides. TianYun comes, but it's not gonna be enough. They need to rotate right now.
I mean, the rotationing from X0 is really nice. By standing there, so actually separate the whole team so that not enough damage will be followed up, trying to gain the kill for YaLLa.
Now it seems you're gonna be the target.
Wow, Nanjing.
Surrounded by 4 people under the turret, coming in from all different sides. Simjo had nothing to do.
It's cruel to see, ladies facing this kind of difficulties right now. It's really understandable because they need the waves to gain the gold. They need to buy items. But since you lost your mid-1 turret so quickly and too soon, your whole vision, your whole jungle will be opened up, wildly opened up to your enemy to do invasion, to get to you from any kind of angle.
There's no way out.
Yes.
There's no way out. You lose your mid lane turret and then you lose all your resources. The only thing that they can do is just to wait and pray for a mistake. Did you see that? Like, Ray just tried to take on the 1v1. He lost it, and then he just dies one more time.
And see the gold rankings, we can pretty much get the idea who is dominating in this match. So Impunity are way too far in the gold rankings. I think YaLLa, if they want to buy themselves more times, they have to give up a lot of things. For example, all of your outer turrets.
Yes, they need to give out all the turrets and just try to control the waves, like try to give the very limited gold that they can get from the minions to one specific character. Just start farming around one hero that could allow them to turn things around.
Maybe this game, I think the answer will be Lady Sun.
It could be. Look at that. It's going to be Abda jumping in with his ult. The kitty bombs are coming in, shredding onto his health bar.
And now Guan Yu gets into the very back of the backlines, getting one more kill to the team. Oh, and there's possibility. Double kill it is.
Double kill is going to be 12-3. Triple kill. YaLLa Esports in bottom lane and top lane disappearing. 8 minutes and 31, 32, 33. It's going to be 8 minutes and 36 seconds. That might be a new record. Congratulations. Goes to Impunity.
I think Impunity is really prepared for today's matchups. And one more thing, I think it's a very good example for you. If you're doing ranking, if you're doing matchup against your friend, or you simply playing this kind of game, the best solution for you to choose is that you have to let something go in order to gain something back. You're facing constant combats, constant losing in the team fights. And you get the answer, you get a signal, you have to let the outer turrets go. You have to make sure that you have one main purpose, is to give all the resources to the true core, which will be the marksman.
Like sometimes you just need to let things go. You need to understand that you cannot just always be protecting everything. Like retreat, just that. As long as you don't die, you always have an option just to turn things around. But in the moment that your screen goes black, there's nothing you can do.
And one more thing is that you need to try and you need to develop more understanding of your enemy's composition. You need to pay attention what you're gonna be facing when the game actually gets started. So if you choose Lady Sun goes in the mid, goes in the bottom, you have to make sure that there will be a support available for this marksman to be competent, to be constantly provided and protected with vision or with the positioning standing.
And just following on that line, like Lady Sun is one of those heroes that need to have a support with her. She needs to have one more support for the laning stage so you can actually just healthy, just keep farming, building items, trying to get better, trying to get stronger. But the choice that they had for support just did not allow her to just have that support.
You have to know what's the most important thing in your composition. So I totally understand, because they send the support into the red buff zone at the very first movement, because they have to make sure they wanted to secure all the red, all the jungle area towards your jungler. But unfortunately, you're losing in your protection, and otherwise, if you look down, your marksman is facing a lot of threats. So you have to make one decision, choose wherever you want to go that suits you the best.
Lady Sun died, and then Lamb had no option whatsoever. It came down to Lamb just being the second person with the least goal in the whole valley. An assassin that is so aggressive, that is just so dependent on their farming times, on the rhythm. And then you just have it being the second poorest in the valley. Something needs to change. YaLLa Esports completely needs to change their strategies.
I mean, it's completely understandable, because this is the very first match they have in 2022 KIC, and they flew to Korea and, actually struggles a lot trying to perform in their best condition. So hopefully they can just adjust to this very serious matchups going on and trying to find the best form of themselves.
No, right now I want to explain why I'm being so emotional about this. I'm so emotional about this whole thing because I really want the teams from MENA, the teams from LATAM, I want them to perform well. That's why I'm really into trying to spot on the things that we need to improve. Those things need to be improved right now, because in this group, they're going to have another 2 KPL teams that it's going to be tough from them to get points from.
So they're in Group B, In Group B, we will have Shanghai EDGM, Impunity, YaLLa Esports, and Chongqing Wolves. Chongqing Wolves lives in history, lives in legends, right? from now on, our game started very early, like in the late November, right? And we have not even seen Chongqing play a single matches till now because they have won themselves the right to go and jump directly into the group stage.
That's gonna be nice to watch the boys from Chongqing Wolves show us how this game is supposed to be played. X-Hero, the MVP on that Guan Yu. I love the way that Guan Yu just came in like in the last moment. This fight right over here, just look at that, like he's a 1v2, comes and levels it into a 2v2, bang! Comes in, Razor Cavalry against the wall, slash, push in, push out, one more assassin, bang!
Like 2000 HP, boom, vanished away, melted down.
Total clap, man, that was so nice. Amazing, very well done Guan Yu, very well done X-Hero. Very well done from Impunity. We knew that they were strong, right? Like we knew that they had what it takes to be in these group stages. The only match that they lost in wildcards was against SCARZ. That was it. In the rest of their matches, Impunity was completely superior to all their opponents.
And there's a lot of very popular combos they can perform. For example, like this Kai and Guan Yu together. They can also use Ma Chao together with Agudo. This will be like result into two like available picks right now.
Yeah.
So I think Impunity, what they're really good at might be in like future, like BO5 or BO7 format. They have a lot of composition available in this team. So I was really looking forward to see like more composition being pulled out by this team, instead of constantly seeing this Guan Yu together with Kai.
Well, it's going to be a matter of just the different hero pools that you have in your team members, and then just the ideas from the coaches on how you want to play those compositions, how you want to use those hero pools. It's going to be nice for us to see. Now, YaLLa Esports still has a chance. They still can come with a completely new performance. Flip the page. Gone. This game was just done. Flip the page. Move forward.
Because it's only like BO2, even though we're playing in a global BP, you still have a lot of available, like very popular heroes for you to choose. If I were to give a suggestion, I will like highly suggest them to go for those like two solid tank frontliners. For example, like Zhang Fei, Meng Tian, Yu Bu, etc. You have to give yourself a more secure, like solidified composition in the early game to prevent being invaded.
Let's see the highlights of this game. Let's just try to analyze how this happened, how the whole Impunity just turned things around, made it completely for them in there. Look at that. He jumps in, but he hasn't spotted.
But for the next game, I think Impunity will probably go for the same BP. They will still trying to take this Zhang Fei away.
Yeah, they might just understood that what they need to do is just to target their support. If you target their support, then it just makes it very difficult for them to try to play more aggressive supports, right? That might be the answer that Impunity is going to have, just to try to take control of this second game of our BO2.
But I don't think that Impunity will spend all the bans in the very first round trying to take like two places, focusing on one position, which will be the support. So you have like one chance to have Tai Yizhenren or Zhang Fei as your pick in the very first like two picks in the red side, and might as well go for it.
That's gonna be what the coaches need to try to solve right now. Us, let's have a little break, and then we're gonna come back to the second game of this best of two. All right, game 2. YaLLa Esports have one more chance to come in and then turn things around and take the victory against Impunity. Let's wait and see if the YaLLa Esports boys, after this couple minutes of break, they're gonna be able to come up with a better solution to what they can show to us.
I think, like, very obviously, they have very limited time to practice. They have a little time comparing with the KPL players to get along, to get like familiar with the whole HOK. So I think after more times, after more like practices, you'll get better, for sure. But just give yourself more time to grow. Don't push yourself too hard.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Yeah.
Right now, just going through the data and the history of our tournament, this last match is going to tie into the stats as the fastest match in our international championships. In 2019, we had Gen.G against EMC, finished in 8 minutes and 36. And this last game that we just saw, it was the exact same 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Impunity against YaLLa Esports. That game is gonna move into history.
The shortest time ever. Renewed and trying to get parallel with the record, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the second one, YaLLa Esports, goes to the blue, while Impunity goes into the red. This completely changed the BP style, right? Let's see the ban places from Impunity. Well, they choose the same strategy, trying to focus to restrict the choices and the positions of the support. No, their answer will be marksman Gong Sun Li taken away.
Yeah,
that's okay for YaLLa, I think.
YaLLa can live with that completely.
Completely.
As long as you give them a good chance to take a Tran Fei, for example, or Tai tournament, that they'll be okay.
All right, so these two choices are all available. Let's see whether YaLLa will choose. Yeah, okay.
Gotta be that. It has to be that.
And if you have like Zhang Fei in your hand, you will not be worried about your opponent getting a Shenmengxi. And we're playing global BP, so the Shenmengxi will be available for YaLLa.
Yeah.
Because Impunity has already used Shenmengxi once. They can only go for the Zhao Jun or the Zhou Yu.
So it's gonna be Meng Tian and Zhou Yu.
That's okay. That's okay. From the very first two picks, I think like YaLLa can have something.
Now they're going to come in and they're going to answer back. They need to answer back with a jungler pick.
I think Lam and Shenmengxi might work.
They've already used Lam before.
Oh, another choice. Who will?
Jin probably.
Ata. Okay. Safety choice. I like this.
Safety choices.
Like two solid frontliners, two tanks offering the visions all the time. That's good.
I'm always saying that. Probably they just kind of listen to what you were saying. Totally, they just said you know what? Let's just follow TianYun's choice. TianYun said strong frontliners. Let's go for that.
Oh, Marco Polo, like a rare incident in BO2 format.
Marco Polo, a very good pick against Ata.
So many tanks. So you will need Marco Polo's help.
Exactly.
Do the passive, do a lot of actual damage.
So she just said you're gonna put just big boys in front of me. Well, what about if I just bring some real damage?
That's good. So with the use of Marco Polo, you actually can really relax yourself from constantly gonna be protecting your marksman.
Yes.
You don't need to pay attention to marksman, to Marco Polo.
Yeah, he does not have a winning lane, right? He's not gonna have a very big dominance against any of the other marksmen. But at the same time, you know that he's able to survive on his own, very independent, does not need a lot of support. Just so you can focus just on mid lane and then just invasion, mid lane and invasion.
I think Marco Polo is more like a soldier instead of being a marksman.
Hey, I like that. I like that idea. Probably, yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you because you have seen a lot of times just Marco Polo just going up to the top lane, right?
Exchange lanes. Yeah.
Not just switching lanes and then just being there and just being completely fine with that. So yeah, I would agree. It's more like a warrior marksman.
For this match, maybe we will see the switch of lanes for Impunity because they are in the red. So the red buff stayed on the top side. Maybe marksman like Marco Polo will directly go to the top. while like the Mengtian goes in the front bottom lane.
It would depend completely on what YaLLa is going to use for
Consort
you. Yeah. So I would say Marco Polo needs to go to the top lane, be closer to the red buff. Consort you against Mengtian, even though Mengtian is not going to have the upper hand, but at the same time he won't be in a very big danger, you would say?
I think it can work in both ways because you also want Marco Polo to have extra gold in the like farm lane. So in HOK, we will reward it like more gold, extra gold to the bottom laner in the very first minutes. So maybe like Impunity will try the best to give this Marco Polo maximum gold if they can have the opportunity. Will YaLLa be the final choice? I think it's okay. They can go.
YaLLa, yeah. They can choose both options. In the moment that you have a YaLLa, then you know that it's going to be Marco Polo being the core of the whole team. So it's gonna be YaLLa, Marco Polo, a 2v1 over there in bottom lane, regardless if you decide to move to top lane or not. Sunbin? Trying to level a little bit early and late game.
Sunbin suits up with Ukyu Touch Pena better than YaLLa, of course. Because if you are choosing Sunbin as a support, it goes for the entire team. But if you choose YaLLa, you mainly focus on either the jungler or the marksman. So, yeah. But the final answer from Sunbin might be an answer so that we want to play this as a team. We will constantly using our second ability, focusing on the rotations. Maybe we'll switch lanes with the best use of Sunbin. Getting to Purify as a common skills, making this Ukyu Touch Pena rotate even faster. And not to mention, Ashin will be completely undestroyable.
There's no one from the side of YaLLa Esports that can be a threat for Ashin.
Yes.
So Ashin level 4 is going to be indestructible. That's for sure. So let's wait and see what Impunity wants to do. Do they want to just like take Ukyu Touch Pena and start with an early invasion, and then just take the first skill in minute 30, minute 45? Or do they want to play a little bit slower and then just play a little bit more safe?
They're not going for like playing slower in this match. I think what Impunity is really looking for is that trying to finish this game at pretty much the same time as the first one, around 10.
As soon as possible.
Using the rotation, using the acceleration offered by Sunbin, making the whole team
a little bit more
highly flexible one. Good choice. I think the composition, the BP is really good.
Let's see Ray on TianYun, what he can do, how he can answer to that. Ray did not have a very good first game. But hopefully in that TianYun he's going to have a better performance. Let's wait and see.
And for YaLLa, this game, their main purpose is trying to protect as much jungle as possible for Ray to farm up. Like 2 smites available, 1 disrupt is available. Ashin goes into the mid.
Straight going for Clyde, forcing him back.
And Marco Polo goes on to the top.
Marco Polo decided to go on top, right? Just closer to his red buff. The more red buff that he can get, the better. Ashin being taken to 1/4 of his HP bar. He might have overstepped. He knows he won't go out of there. He's going to be first blood for YaLLa Esports.
So Ashin pays his life in order for Nanjing to get the red buff. What a prize.
He just decided just to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Taking one for the team, that's important sometimes.
And on the other side, Abdo uses his smite to control the river smite maybe, or otherwise he might go for the jungle using the smite to steal away those like fire hulk instead.
Double smite from
stay there.
YaLLa Esports.
Or maybe Abdo only uses smite to clean the waves. He can use the smite, to gain more stuff back. For example, getting the river sprite and offer you extra gold and extra experiences, so that you can reach full level 4 quicker than Marco Polo. That's one thing to remember.
That's one thing to remember. It's just super important for people to understand the importance of making it to 4 before whoever that you have in front of you.
Yes.
It's just critical to understand that you must have a level advantage. Just a very tiny level advantage. Look at that. Flower already on 4. Clyde is still on 3. He does not have his ultimate available.
you pair yourself with a smite in order to take your enemy stuff. So you better think more before you give it on this like wave. 2 versus 3 here. Impunity. Waiting for Zhou Yu to be arrive at the same time.
Proxy's old, the young generals surrounded Mengtian. And Lauer is going to come. His red buff is not enough. He wants to take the opposition's red buff as well.
So I think the choice of Sun Bing really shows how like determined Impunity wanted to make quick rotations. They actually got Marco Polo from the top, managed to go inside the red. It's quite far in the map. But they did it without even lose one single wave by the good use of Sun Bing's acceleration.
Look at that, Asin taking 1v1 against Doma. He's gonna have to use his flash to run away.
Gradually building up the gold lead in favor of the side of Impunity.
Asin does not have his ult. It is going to be Clyde, the one that is going to proc his, trying to start the fight. Flower comes in, but the damage is not enough. But he's going to use his one last normal attack to take on one more player. It's going to be a double kill. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for Impunity.
Good play for Flower, managing to find the perfect angle to use the ultimate. And once he's finds himself maybe in danger, he uses Purify to avoid being controlled.
Oh, that's hero, look at that.
Oh, Simjo having the ultimate on the waves.
He completely survived to that. Look at that, now Ray is going to be stunned down and taken out by Nianyu. Good movement, great movement for part from Hero.
And from this side following on, Flower has been doing a pretty much perfect job on top lane, while the bottom lane and tear down the tier 1 turret in the bottom, so that this red buff will be belonging to Impunity from now on, all the time.
It's going to be difficult for YaLLa Esports to protect their red buff when you have like Sun Bing. You have Sun Bing on the other side, just the way that, as you mentioned, allowing Marco Polo just to move around.
And nice rotation, right? You kill touch, but not coming through the river.
Good communication.
You have to send immediate message to your teammates so that you will be not completely outnumbered during the team fights.
Look at that. The blue buff spawns, does not even stay for 3 seconds, and it just immediately disappears in the hands of Impunity.
Wow, X-Hero Zhou Yu gets blue.
Are they going to try to protect that turret? Doesn't seem to be a smart choice. They need to let it go.
Megumi is very low in mana. So after this skirmish happened down there, I think Impunity should use some time to retrieve back and trying to make sure their main core stays in the full mana states.
Yeah, Megumi just heading back to base. It's going to be their ultimate coming in from Tranfei, pushing on 2. It's going to be TianYun and Tranfei falling. It's going to be 2-0 trade one more time for Impunity.
And the idea that Impunity is constantly looking to engagement is because they want to make sure they stay all alive. Their enemy will be continuously taken down one by one.
Yeah.
So it will be very great incident for YaLLa to trying to gathering together as a team formed by 5 members. They're always waiting for the last one to revive.
Wow, Ray is going to explode with that Sun Bing. Yep, it's going to be one more kill. Marco Polo comes in, puts a target on Abdo, and Abdo's going to fall.
The 2 cores, the 2 characters who will have a poking damage, Shen Mengxi and Kang Sui still alive, which means that YaLLa will still hold some opportunity to clean the waves.
They need to clean these waves coming in.
Yeah, at least trying to clean the waves, stay alive. If Doma and Simjo goes down, in the next one, I think Impunity.
That's gonna be it.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the ending point for this match. Oh, very nice and diving here.
The way that Asim jumps in, so Like, so decisive, right? Like, he jumps in, he knows that he is superior in terms of tankiness and damage.
You have to make sure you understand how much damage you're going to be covered, how much damage your enemy is able to go for you, so that you can make this.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Between the two towers.
7 minutes and 30. First, the last minion wave coming in, hitting on the turrets, and now it's going to be the Vanguards colliding against the high ground. Here they come. First one in mid.
Well, look at the flames. Look at the fire set by Zhou.
Flames of War coming in, taking to half.
To avoid this kind of AoE damage.
Has destroyed a
Wow,
tower.
another fighting setting up by Zhou. There goes the high ground tower in the mid lane, and the Vanguard still alive in the bottom, making quick rotation using Sun Bin. This system really works here. Nice VP.
Red team has destroyed
Bottom turret's
a tower.
going to fall. Right now we have Tyrant, we have the Dragons coming in. They can still push a little bit, but what they're gonna do is just to control the blue. Give that blue to Sun Bin. Give that blue to Zhou Yu. So they can just stay in this. They can stay online for a longer time.
And Impunity is buying themselves more time for Flower, this Marco Polo, to have the blue, the red buff. With the red buff, Marco Polo will be dealing more damage.
It's just a completely different damage coming from Marco Polo with red and with no red, right?
You have to slow your enemy down so that your bullets, your first ability, will have higher accuracy. Keep kiting them.
Impunity jumping in. That last ballista is not healthy enough to take the whole turret.
Right now, like Impunity, what they should do is like trying to control the waves. Make sure that the 3 lanes will have the minion waves rushing into the base at the same time.
The super minions in the mid lane are coming in already into high ground.
Don't they have the ultimate? Is one last shot for YaLLa to fight for their glory.
Asing pushing in Simjo. Simjo's been taken extremely low. Marco Polo comes in, takes on 1, takes on 2. It's going to be 3 people, only Ray standing in between. Now the ballistas come in, the super minions are gonna come, the crystal's gonna fall. Congratulations to Impunity.
Like very easy winning. 3 points back for Impunity. They kept themselves, I mean, in a right state, I would say, after the wild card qualifiers. They stayed in this kind of firing statement and get ready for the future battles because they are in Group B. So Group B, we will have Shanghai EDGM and Chongqing Wolves and YaLLa together, like 4 amazing teams.
4 amazing teams. Let's wait and see. Impunity just starting with the right foot, collecting those 3 points in what they want to be is just a good ride, trying to make it out of group stages. This is a good way for Impunity to start. For YaLLa Esports, it's going to be a game to forget. A game for them just to try to forget, move back, and then just go back to the boards, try to come up with strategies. That's what they need to do.
I think for YaLLa, so every single match will be a chance to improve a lot.
Of course. It's gonna be an opportunity just for you to gain experience and try to work on that experience. How fast you can work on that experience, how fast you can just use that experience into trying to turn into victory strategies. That's going to depend on the players and that's going to depend on the coaches, right?
Yeah, so for a lot of like new teams joining in KIC, so we all say that it's a competition, competing how fast you can shine to adapt into the fact that this matches are really seriously going on. So you really have to make sure that you put everything you got, you put every single like energy, potential you have to trying to keep up with the pace.
Adaptability, that's going to be a core strength for any esports player, right? Not only in our game, in any other esport. Like it's going to be important just for you to be able to adapt quickly to how the patch changes, to how the environment changes, to to how the hero changes, right? So it's going to be important for them. For YaLLa Esports, it's going to depend on that. And for Impunity, this was a good start. Do you think that they can have these same performances against the other two teams in their group?
I'm not so sure because EDGM and Wolves are two of the best teams from KPL. I never saw any team that can give Impunity a lot of pressure, even though they lost one. But that particular match, I think Impunity still have chances to win.
Yeah.
They does not have a very good beginning because they clearly made some mistakes that they don't usually do. So I was wondering what it will be, for Impunity to actually go in combat against EDG and Wolves.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to come with the same strategies, with the same attitude as they had today. Today they just showed a very aggressive strategy, right? Can they be the same aggressive against EDGM? Can they be the same aggressive against Chongqing Wolves?
Because I was trying to figure out which position will be the most highly relied on positions. They have very good marksman flower, who will be really aggressive and using Marco Polo and Gong Sun Li at the same time. I have a lot of memories he using this Gong Sun Li to perform in the matchups. And the top lane, Xin, also good at Ma Chao and Guan Yu all the time. A lot of available picks for this team trying to develop, not to mention the junglers also performed quite well in the wildcard qualifiers. So, EDGM and Wolves are two different teams.
True.
EDGM will if we were to describe this team a specific gaming style, I would prefer they rely on their marksman and their mid.
Okay.
Very heavily.
They didn't rely that much into their jungler.
The mid laner called Ming, they're actually former places. They have been stayed in one club for a very long time. So Ming and Rock, the mid laner and the marksman in EDGM, has been teammates for a very, very long time. So the whole chemistry started up on these two players. So EDGM mainly focusing on the marksman, while take back the topic. The MVP goes to X0, Zhou Yu 10 KDA.
X0 is going to be a key player if they want to take victories in the future, right? It's going to be very difficult for him in the next matchups. But well, after his performance today and taking the MVP, it looks like Impunity might have what it takes to get out of this group.
We were just mentioning, the mid laner from EDGM. His ID will be Min. So if we compare these two players' gaming styles, X0 versus Min are completely different. I would say X0 played more aggressively than Ming, but Ming has showed us a lot of deeper hero pools in the last tournament. So Ming actually are very good at those. For example, Xi, Zhou Yu, Shen Mengxi, that most of the mid laner pretty much covers. But as in Mai Shi Nui and Sheng Guan, those assassins.
So at the end of the day, whenever that X hero is going to be facing Ming in that match between Impunity and EDGM, it's going to depend a lot into how deep his hero pool is going to be, how wide is it going to be, how many heroes he can perform in, because EDGM might just start targeting him.
And Xin at the same time. We want to see more heroes being played by this player. We have seen this player play Ma Chao, playing Meng Tian, Guan Yu all the time, all the soldiers. So we have to know exactly what's your limitations, what kind of tanks can you perform for your group. We have totally different gaming styles when you are trying to switch into different modes. You play warrior, you gain more resources. You gain more spotlights. You gain more expectations of your performances. But if you are playing the tanks for your entire team, you have to make sure that you shoulder more powers, more damage on yourself.
Of course.
You have to offer the vision as your responsibility. So I was wondering if Xin can digest this kind of gaming styles.
A lot of very interesting questions have been posed right now after Impunity's performance, right? Their performance leaves us with very high expectations. Now the questions are right over there as how their expectations are going to be held. Can we expect them to be able to get out of the group stages? All those questions are just for us to keep asking ourselves and just to watch the games and try to find answers. Now, Let's move on with the interviews, after match interviews. Let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello, X Hero， 跟我们打个招呼吧。
嗨，你好，我是 X Hero。
So we are together watched. You have a little change into positions in the very first match. We was wondering what happened. 我们看到第一局你们有一些位置上面的调整，比如说你去玩到了关羽，然后阿星玩到了沈梦溪，这是为什么呢？
当时是专注于教练的安排，然后忘记换英雄了。
All right, we were very busy, focusing on listening to the instructions from our coach. So we kind of forgot to exchange the heroes. But after all, you did a great job. 你们表现得非常非常好。那接下来呢，其实这一个组里面还会有上海 EDGM 跟重庆狼队啊。你自己想要和哪一支队伍交手呢？
我想的是 EDGM 吧。
为什么呢？
因为想尝试一下打赢他们。
All right, so we will be facing EDGM and Chongqing Wolf in the future matchups. Which one will be your most anticipated match? So the answer will be we will try to challenge against the EDGM because we want to have a taste, going against with this team specifically. Okay, 谢谢 X Hero 接受我们采访，谢谢。Oh, they. Two different team members have different how to say that opponents they want to challenge because in our former interview we have Ashing as an interviewer. He desperately wants to challenge against Fly.
Yeah, he wants to have that 1v1, right? He knows that he's going to have an opportunity to be fighting against one of the most historic players that we've had in our game, and just having the opportunity to be a 1v1 against the legend, why not?
So the answer quite surprised me. I always thought these two players from Impunity will give pretty much the same answer, but the answer is different. We want to challenge EDGM. Good ones.
They have an idea against EDGM. After their performance against YaLLa, they know that, okay, if we play that like this, maybe we can take the victory against EDGM. We can just take another 3 points, try to make it out of group stage.
And before this interview started, we are actually comparing the different gaming styles of these two mid laners. So we really looking forward to see the battles between main versus X Hero.
Let's wait and
might be
let's wait and see what kind of sparks we're gonna get out of that, right? It's going to be an amazing game. But what about if we just move to our game 4? Our game 4 we're going to have.
Very good one.
Chengdu AG
versus SCARZ.
It's gonna be nice. But first, let's have a little rest and we'll be back. Game 4 of today, Chengdu AG against SCARZ. TianYun, this is the one game that, for me, this is the one that I was expecting and looking forward the most.
I was waiting for this moment starting around 6 p.m. I've been waiting for this match for a long time. A huge story was lying under this match.
Ooh, story time. I love story time with TianYun.
I always love, to watch and to cast those matchups, those competitions where these two matching up teams have a lot of stories back then. So we can date the time back into the 2021 AIC. I'm not so sure whether you guys are familiar with this tournament. So AIC, actually AG has their time going against SCARZ, pretty much the same players.
Yes.
But at that time, AG have a full, overwhelmingly great game against SCARZ. So that results into a 0-2. Wow, huge deficit.
And I'm totally sure that SCARZ right now, after their defeat in 2021, a year after, they're coming in here just
looking for revenge.
Thirsty for revenge, right? They're just coming in here just trying their best, try to counter and take their revenge. They did well during the wildcards, but this is the group stage. It's gonna be a completely different game.
Oh, they did extremely good in the wildcard qualifiers. The same, AG. AG's been undefeated all the time, 9 wins.
SCARZ as well.
7 wins.
7 wins. None of them have lost in the qualifiers, so let's wait and see. Whoever in here is going to take their first defeat of the tournament. Is it going to be Chengdu AG? Is it gonna be SCARZ? That's what we're gonna be trying to look for today.
This will be the last matchup for today, so just pay attention and stay tuned all the time. This one will be impressive, I can assure you.
Impressive, impressive. Let's see, Gongsun Lee not available for Inwo.
Miyamoto Musashi, that's kind of cool. Aiming directly towards the junglers. What's the reason behind all of this? The reason for this movement?
They did not want to give Jerry Miyamoto Musashi for some reason. I don't remember. I think that Jerry is pretty strong in a lot of different junglers, right? But directly just banning that Miyamoto Musashi.
Cool. Maybe AG is looking for to get those bottom lane duel. All right, Zhang together with Meng Tian forming a very good
Marco Polo.
Wow, straightforward answer.
Marco Polo, so probably YaLLa as the support?
No, they have
they already had Zhang Fei, right?
Zhang Fei instead. Marco Polo, one of Ino's best moves. Ino loved to play this kind of marksman who can, survive on his own.
Yeah, Ino just really likes just to be on, he doesn't want to depend on anyone.
Yeah.
He really dislikes just depending on the support, dislikes just depending on someone else. He just wants to take the lane for himself. He likes those 1v1s. He loves those 1v1s.
Always going for the chances, always finding the opportunity to engage into the team fights. Ino is one of the players who's really good at finding the opportunity to start up the team fight. That's one of the things that Ino did the best. The second round.
I remember Ino is
using Gongsun Lee.
Using Gongsun Lee.
Hiding in the bush, shooting the ultimate, trying to
starting the fight in the finals.
That's so cool.
I know. A cool dude.
The jungler, the second round of the bans here, SCARZ pay a lot of respects, taking all the junglers away.
Not allowing Wei Yun to have anything like Jing, Wei,
Pena
Karuru,
might be the only choice. Ukil is okay, together with Marco Polo.
Yeah.
Very aggressive.
But it's going to be difficult for Yukio to take on Gen.G, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's going to be hard for him to be able to take Gen.G quickly enough.
But that might be the only one available that suits AG's composition the most.
Yeah.
Ukil might be the answer, and goes in the mid Shenmengxi. AoE damage it is. Oh, let's just imagine what kind of damage will be put on SCARZ in total. Marco Polo's ultimate, Shenmengxi's ultimate, the dive in and crazy dive in and using both the ultimate from the two frontliners.
Let us wait and see. going to be Zhou Yu the option in mid lane. It was either Zhou Yu or Zhou Jun. There was no other option in there.
Not much to choose.
Not much to choose in there. That's for sure. It was either one A or B, and they decided to go for A.
All right, after this BP, after the draft, I think like obviously AG have a higher range of damage. They have Shen Mengxi offering the whole like AOE damage to the entire team, and Marco Polo at the same time. It's a very old-fashioned, old-school type of poking abilities. Poking duel, Marco Polo together with Shen Mengxi.
And they have like coming from every single lane, right? Like they're not going to depend on only one person. As of from the side of SCARZ, they depend a lot on what Autumn, on what Jerry can do. Very dependent on those two heroes. Can Jerry find a way how to jump into Yinluo or try to jump into Xiaoying?
Whether he can find it really depending on the 2 versus 2 on the bottom lane. The matching up extremely important because you expect like TianYun together with Wu Ban having show a lot of advantages going against Marco Polo and Zhang Fei. I think like Ozio together with Autumn really needs to perform that good so that they can like just give in the answer to all the audiences why they choose Gen.G instead of any other marksman. Gen.G is so strong.
I like Gen.G a lot because it has burst damage, right? And then if you can land that Imperial Order and then stun your opponent, it's just 2-3 pokes after that and that's it. Gone, disappearing. Can they find the right place? It's all about angles. It's all gonna come down to being able to survive and using that Master Lupan ability to keep you alive.
Yeah, I mean, in easier words, let's just circle down the most important thing in this entire match. Just focus on the bottom lane, like 2 versus 2. Whoever got advantages will be, gaining themselves and team to their favor, more initiative when it comes to like following up movements. So whoever can have the chance to do invasion, whoever have the chance to finally win in the team fights, all comes to the bottom 2 versus 2.
Let's wait and see. SCARZ, representatives from Japan against Chengdu AG, representatives from KPL. Let's see what this game is going to bring us.
What's so interesting for AG, Yinluo never exchanged lanes to the top because he needs desperately to earn those extra gold. Even though that AG constantly pick Marco Polo in the red, they will never exchange lane. That's one thing to remember.
A man loves that gold. He's not gonna let that gold go.
Gold searcher, gold hunter. And invasions made Wei Yang here. 2 jungles in 1 roll.
You see, and that's just like horrible for Jerry. Just the fact that Wei Yang just comes in, takes his red, takes his bird, the Firehawk. It's not okay. That means that Jerry does not have advantage no more.
Yeah, it's very hard to accept because they even use this Lu Ban goes into mid, trying to gain the wave there, trying to protect the jungle, but doesn't manage to do this. And the bottom lane, obviously, like Autumn did a great job then, getting a little bit of advantages against Marco Polo.
In the first stages of the game, just Autumn is going to have an advantage on top of Yinluo. So it's going to depend on Yinluo just really showing us his abilities. But in terms of hero picks, like that Gen.G has green light to take on Yinluo anytime.
Yeah. So since that Jerry have lost the first red buff, so he's not level 4 yet. Still needs to share 1 more lanes together with Xiaohuden. Even get to level 4 later than Xiaohuden. That's not a
Yan already in level 4. Jerry's gonna try to run away. He doesn't want to fall.
Oh, it's so hard. AG will definitely be aiming to the red again for the 2nd red buff. Spawning time already on the clock. 10 seconds countdown. Wei Yang so busy taking away their enemy's resources.
Like he doesn't want to fight whatsoever. He's just going around just taking everyone's resources.
Wow,
look at that, controlling both red and blue buff. Autumn under the turret, trying to survive in the fight against Yinluo. That blue is going to be for Jerry.
But Marco Polo down there, 1 versus 1, managed to force out the flash out of the Gen.G. That's something.
That's important.
That's important.
That's gonna be crucial.
That's
because right
really
now,
difficult.
right now, just Ino just showing us that regardless that he is in a hero that might not have an advantage, just by using his mechanics and understanding of the game,
Yes.
he can push Autumn back.
You can make the impossible happen by different techniques, different kind of movements you try to get upon on this character. I really wonder how Ino did this.
Yeah. Something for us to check after.
And now SCARZ taking the supports down, trying to give more assistance to Autumn.
Trying to keep Marco Polo in that bottom lane.
I'm sorry to say this, but it's really looking good to AG because they are taking control of like 4 jungle area and 1 Zol, leaving like Jerry completely blank in the jungle, completely nothing, like almost 1.8 thousand K. That's not enough.
And we've seen again and again and again, right? Like we've seen that Lamb is being a very popular pick, but the important thing to understand is that if you want to take on that Lamb, you need items, and items are gonna be taken away from Autumn as he's going to fall. Yan is taken extremely low, but the damage is not enough. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for AG.
AG is still searching for more to diving into the jungles. YaLLa completely playing this game alone. The only thing like Bei did in this popular game is again and again and again taking all the buffs from SCARZ jungle, and that's it.
Jerry doesn't want to let it go. Look at that, Autumn comes in, the support is gonna come in as well. It's going to be a good trade for SCARZ.
But in the mid, AG Ino together with Zhang managed to take down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, trying to make sure that YaLLa get a widely open entrance to SCARZ jungle for the next round of the spawn.
Even wider, look at that, Ino jumping in, he's gonna have to proc his Purify to try to survive.
Nice ambush there, but damage is not enough because Ino have a Purify available.
The Purify just saving his life.
I think Ino can use the ultimate instead of using the Purify to escape away. He had like 2 dashes.
The cooldown is shorter, right?
Yes. It's like 2 minutes versus 40 seconds. Make simple calculation there.
Yeah. 5 minutes 30. AG already with a 4,000 gold lead.
This kitten bomb from Shenmue.
Just so painful.
So painful.
Look at the way how Ino is just pushing in. Just like forcing SCARZ players just to go back to their high ground. Imperial Order is going to land.
Absent in the front line, so that AG choose retrieve back there a little bit. Nice moves. Waiting for the Overlord, maybe the next turn, taking control of the blue buff it is. Might is being carried by Ice, so that Jerry still returns for nothing. Well, Jerry.
Yep.
I'm so sad for this player.
Yeah, it's just difficult to see, right? It's just very difficult to swallow that reality, and it's just very tough. Look at that Railbird disappearing from the map. Ian's damage. Poke him 3 times, and that Xiahotun just vanished.
Really like comfortable to enjoy and the whole rhythm how AG is trying to control this map. We don't see a lot of team fights. You don't necessarily need to engage into team fights in order to win the game.
And that's something that we need to amplify a little bit more later, right? Like how people can have the misunderstanding that you need to fight in order to win. You need to destroy the turrets, and you need to push the crystal for you to win.
The whole idea, the core idea of HOK is that you have to deprive every single resource against your enemy, so that make their things to your own side and take all the common objectives, which means that you can gain a lot of items.
Did you see that? Jerry almost dies in there. The Wild Blood comes in, the young generals come in as well, trying to poke on that turret. Thanks God they've got throw you there. Railbird.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
Step into deep, falling one more time.
I was like begin to wonder which will be the very first like action from AG to start this thing up. Maybe by the very first invasion, the red.
Yeah, like
continue to do so.
we've been debating a lot recently about like what is this meta about, like what is this patch about, and it's just about like taking away resources, right? Like you put it in very simple words in a couple minutes, just depriving your opponent from their resources, and that's how this whole snowball just started. Yukio Tachibana starts the game 30 seconds, 40 seconds, taking the red buff from Jerry. Jerry cannot move to 4, and then everything just, he does not have the ability to protect his resources no more. Done. Just like that.
To see Jerry play in this kind of game, because even though his name is a jungler, but there's no jungle available for him.
Yeah.
Trying to farm up. The only thing that SCARZ can see is the waves, but like the 4 members are gathering around, sharing the same like wave. The gold will be evenly distributed, so none of them will highly lean on the most resources. It's very hard to farm up.
It is really hard for them. Look at that, Riddler being stunned. Now the split push on bottom and top, and it's gonna be the bottom turret, the one that is going to fall. As SCARZ try to protect their top. Minions coming in. AG is gonna decide to push back. Wang is not being in the formula. Ino jumps in with his ult, but he's not gonna pay the price. It's gonna have to be.
Wow, Jerry!
He's trying to come in.
One more auto attack will be enough.
That was all that he needed. Just one more auto attack. Knockback. Autumn falls. It's gonna be only ASD and Ochito trying to protect the crystal.
The waves are ready, and Ino still managed to keep himself alive. 4 men in total, 5 against 2, as AD have to retreat back, and they're waiting for the waves to come at the right location. But right now, since AS is still alive, the fire and the flames will help him clean the waves as soon as possible. AG looking for some HP recovery after the team fight does not happen.
In this moment, right? Look at that.
Make good use of the walls.
Yeah, exactly. Like he jumps in the right moment, but the luck was not on his side.
You can see the flexibility from Marco Polo, actually managing to escape away from those kind of team fights. 2 dashes, a purify, it's enough.
10 minutes, 30 seconds. Both the top and bottom lane high ground turrets disappear from the map, and right now AG has priority over the main resources, the Dark Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord.
They're taking 2 dragons in 1 roll.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
Yang getting the hatred from this dragon, making sure that this dragon will not be reset. Half HP it is, waiting for the teammates.
Jerry wants to jump in.
Very hard.
Very, very difficult. Ice spots him. Taken to half of his HP, surrounded by 3.
Is called the preparation work you have to do if you want to grab 1 dragon to your side.
Yeah.
Opening up all the possible visions, opening up and taking into every single bushes, trying to find where your enemy is, lighten up the whole vision there.
Kitty bombs coming in, forcing Autumn to go back to base. Bangers coming in the mid lane. And turret's gonna fall. Look at Wei trying to go from behind. Turks finds the angle, takes on 1, takes on 2, takes 1 more. The dragons are coming in. The crystal's gonna fall. It's gonna be Ochito, the last one that is gonna stand. Jerry comes in back into the game. He has so many people to try to kill around. It's gonna be a killing spree for Marco Polo. The crystal falls. Chengdu AG takes the victory.
I like this game. I really enjoyed watching AG manipulating the whole match, using the best skills they have, the best strategy they have, constantly doing the invasion and make good use of Marco Polo and Shen Mengxi's poking abilities, causing SCARZ like a lot of times trying to figure out what to do during the game. It's very hard.
It was very difficult, and the SCARZ had Troyu to clean the wave, right? So they were actually in a good position to try to survive for a little longer. But Chengdu AG didn't want to give them the opportunity, and they just completely destroyed them whenever that they saw a little light at the end of the tunnel.
Sometimes this game is about, and this match is mainly about options. The option you made will be leading to a certain consequences.
Yes.
So what AG really did great there is like they are leaving like SCARZ with no choices. We are seeing SCARZ like constantly going back to the base and go back again. It's not that they do not have the skills or the abilities available trying to engage, but they know the results coming from engaging into such a goal deficit. They will definitely have no possibility of winning. So they constantly retrieve back, trying to find the opportunities. But AG leaves no like mistakes made.
They did well on that and trying to find the right timing to jump back, right? Like just trying to find the right moment when to jump in, not trying to rush it. But that moment just never came.
They understand how this game works. That's a good sign. They grasp the chance, the only chance they found Marco Polo using the ultimate cleaning on the wall, trying to do the damage, and that's the correct exact moment they want to dive in. I think the initiation, the following up damage is okay, but they just lack too much of the items and too much of the damage.
And that's something for us to talk about. Let's try to expand a little bit on that. During the match, you asked me, when did everything started? Everything just started since the 30th second when Yukio Tachibana comes in, steals the red, and just slows down Jerry. That right after that, that was the little advantage that they needed. Right after that, Jerry did not have the ability to try to protect his resources, and he just kept losing his red, kept losing his blue.
There's one thing that I think Gen.G in the very first match of today did really good, is that we all have an idea of how this KPL teams will be start snowballing. They will just happen to be on your jungle for the right time where the blue or the red is about to spawn. So that gives you like more information. Your enemies is about to get there in that correct like moment. So you need to have something prepared for their invasion, trying to engage into a victorious team fight so that you can keep them away from your jungle.
A counter strategy is something that they need to start thinking
prepared. Get prepared.
All right.
Oh, the ultimate. Yeah, that's why.
Ino, MVP for the game. That Marco Polo, amazing in there now. The way that Jerry jumps in, almost there.
Almost there. Tried his best.
Look at that. It was so close.
A lot of like little minor like control abilities are being provided by Ino's teammates trying to protect Marco Polo, offering like Ino 1 more second to wait for the cooldown for the dashes. So like, that Ino can escape.
They understand that they just need to give him a couple seconds, right? They give him a couple seconds and then he's gonna be able to turn things around on his own.
AG plays so well, and I think they really like give everything out in this game. They're not saving a lot of treasure. They're not hiding their methods. They're pretty much using the most like serious attitude for this.
Huge show of respect towards SCARZ, right? That because we know that SCARZ was coming in here. They were coming for blood, like completely, like they really wanted to come in super motivated in this game against Chengdu AG. Maybe the game 1 was not for them, but they still have game 2.
Wow, we can see like 0 dragons, 0 tyrants, 0 towers. Wow, that's a huge like lead for AG to play in the very first match of this BO2. But BO2, we still have 1 more to go. I think SCARZ, the composition is good. They just have to find themselves a better opening, the better early game and respond when AG is trying to take something away from themselves. You have to fight back in order to protect your own things.
You need to try. You need to try to come up with a solution. Coming back to that topic, we talk about counter strategies, right? And we know that most of the KPL teams are going to show up on your red and your blue. What to do? Are you going to just wait and try to fight them in there? Red and blue. What do you think should be a good option?
I think a lot of like better solutions can be made in the early stage. You have to give something up. You maybe let your marksman joining the team fights just give up on the waves and trying to engage in more, trying to fight back for your team. And we can see a lot of highlights clips just now. And let's see how that AG is actually doing in the game.
Look at that. It's just in this moment, like look at how Ice and Ian just make the combo there.
Coming from
1 and
different
2
angles, tackle down one same target.
Yeah, they knew that Autumn needed to fall just to allow Inuo to be a little bit more free. That was really, really well done. Just look at how Wei Yan comes in, and it's Wei Yan the one that saves Inuo. Jerry wanted to come in, and then Wei Yan just knew like, nope, blocking it in there.
You have to be stopped here, body blocking, like Inuo from getting away.
Just protecting Inuo. The strategy for Chengdu AG.
Just comparing these two teams, you can see like completely different understanding of how a group work should be performed. Like AG completely acting in same channel, like different positions are aiming at the same targets. If it comes to they're playing aggressively, looking forward to finish and trying to get closer to the backlines, they can do at the same time. But on the other side, if their enemy is really doing a little bit fighting back, they're trying to started to shift a little bit towards the backline, protecting Inuo at the same time.
They're very good at being active and then be reactive, right? Like if their strategy is not working or if they need to just take a quick left turn, they're able to make that left turn really fast. Like they're able to react to that. Something that SCARZ is gonna have to show us in the next game too. Well, game 2 is on its way. Let's have a little rest and we'll be back. Our last game of today is going to be the second round of this BO2 between Chengdu AG and SCARZ. That first game, was a nightmare for SCARZ.
Oh, especially for Jerry.
Yes, but poor guy.
Poor guy.
Oh, come on.
You can feel, like, you can literally feel like the pain.
The desperation, right?
Desperation. You have no jungle left. For a jungler trying to farm up, what situation is that? You can only use like nightmare to describe this kind of situation.
But well, everyone needs to wake up out of nightmares, right? And we're hoping that...
Yeah, I was kind of like worried for those teams who are going to be competing with KPL teams. The mentality is one true question. Because if you keep losing, so every single one of you, we all have like experience playing like MOBA games or Honor of Kings. When you're facing the fact that you're completely getting defeated all the time, you will lose.
Confidence.
The right way, you will lose the way trying to like fight back for more. That's one thing I'm truly worried about.
You will just lose confidence over that, right? Like you can just start spiraling out of control, and just start in the negative mindset.
And the brain started to blank out, you know.
Your reaction time slows down, that's for sure, because you start thinking about other things more than just like the game itself. But that's going to be a great challenge for the coaches. How Cold Grass is going to try to motivate the kids from SCARZ, and how Xiao Shou, a coach from Chengdu AG, is going to try to come up with strategies just to finish this game and finish it with a 3-pointer for Chengdu AG.
You can see the body language from Cold Grass. Actually made a huge like body gesture trying to lift up the whole mentality for the entire team. I really admire this. And take a look at the BP right here. Good ones, Ma Chao Agudo pair. Available, and right now on the other side, Li Jing and Atta.
Jing, good. I like Jing, and mostly if you're playing against this combo between Ma Chao and Agudo, just being able just to have that mobility that Jing can allow you to have. It is going to be a good factor for your team.
Game started first side of AG. Two side lanes mainly focus high core, two heavy true damage core in the late game. I like this. They're probably going for TianYun, but I think Cold Grass know this. TianYun might be banned away.
Let's see if he can have a clear read of the game, the same as you.
One definite truth.
Definite.
Maybe Inoa go for YaLLa, you know. Or Sun Bin, also available.
Sun Bin just allowing Ma Chao just to have a speed boost.
Yeah, a lot of speed boost. Not only by Agudo's first ability, but also use Sun Bin's second ability, offering a lot of like acceleration to the entire team. That might be the answer from AG. A lot of late available picks. But to take like Donghuang Caiyi and Ma Chao at the same side to make sure that there's no bodyguards for SCARZ to pick.
Donghuang Caiyi just is gonna be Ice trying to find the position for Autumn, right? Just trying to find Autumn early in the fight, jump in with his flash, suppress him down, take him out of the map.
Lumber and Yixing together, the ultimate combo. This combo.
I like the composition from SCARZ.
Really, huh?
Like if you check on the combo from SCARZ, it is actually really nice. They've got good initiation, they've got a good front laner, they've got damage from Li and from Jing. The fact that Yixing can use his ultimate just to cage in half of AG, to cage them in or to force them away. Like the composition works well.
Yeah.
What can they do in terms of mechanics when they're gonna be on 1v1s?
Make good use of Li. Show us the reason why you pick Li as your very first pick to form the entire composition. Like the frontliner is good, the initiation methods are good enough. I could barely say this. Like comparing with the two compositions, I think SCARZ have a better one.
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree with you on that point, TianYun, because it's more a 360 degrees combo. As on the other side, again, very heavy on Inuo, very dependent on his damage. And then the combo between Agudo and Ma Chao.
But this kind of composition for Chengdu AG, it's a sign, like just show off the personal, like individual talents. You can see all of the characters so confident with this choice.
So probably everyone was just thinking like, let's don't think about the combo.
Yeah.
Let's just think about what is the best that you can play. Just go back into the micro mechanics of the game and how you can just show your skills.
It's about like individual abilities when it comes to how well you actually master this kind of character. Yian, Ma Chao, looking forward to see his performance on this hero.
Let's wait and see.
Aguro hiding in the bush, I like this. Maybe he's going for an invasion, stealing some of the buff alone.
Look at Ice already jumping into the blue buff.
While double jungle invasion again.
Double jungle invasion. They just
Jerry. Brought very low.
There's no answer to this yet. There's just no answer. Look at Ice. Ice doesn't even want to go for the buff. He just wants to push the AG play. He just wants to push the SCARZ players away.
And Wei Yang again taking away the red buff again. You know, the first one, Jerry still hold on to the blue buff. But the second one, all the blue, both the blue and the red gone, disappeared on your side.
Only level 2 Jerry right now. Autumn is going to proc his frenzy against 1v1 against Inua. Inua waiting in the bush. Look at that! First blood goes to Autumn on that 1v1 fight. Good start for Autumn.
Good one, good one. I mean, the team for SCARZ actually need this.
Yeah,
they need
exactly.
this kind of solo kill.
They need that solo kill. Look at that. Xiaoying is put into 1v2.
Oh, maybe ASD looking for more very low. Wow, flicker.
Frosted flicker, and right now it's gonna be Wei Yang rolling in, pushing back,
but
protecting.
Jerry still struggles a lot.
That's gonna be Rilver, the one that is going to fall.
Yeah, we talked about this during the draft. So SCARZ really relies on the performance from Autumn, trying to start up, to opening up the whole like match for SCARZ. Autumn was actually losing a lot of HP before everything started. Good landing point of this like little umbrella.
But that's the thing, like when you have a Gunsun lead, like you still have the mobility just to move around, right? Like for Lady Sun, it's going to be difficult to deal burst damage this early in the game.
Well, finally Jerry gets to level 4 with the ultimate, but without the blue, he will be finishing off this jungle quite slowly. And even though with the AoE damage offered by the like little furball is impossible to handle right now. Another blue, secure.
Let's see. Ice had his eye on this one.
Goes to Ma Chao.
AG taking control of that. Regardless of who's going to be, is it going to be Ma Chao's? Is it going to be Agutuo's? It's just going to be AG's. As long as it is not Jerry's, everything's fine. As long as it is not Jerry's, anyone who wants can take it.
If I were Jerry, I definitely want to switch positions with my like teammates right now. Who wants to play
jungler?
Raise your hand, exchange. I will play any kind of places, as long as it's not a jungler. Oh,
SCARZ making the rotation to the bottom. Look at that. Oh, the flash and the Armageddon. Lock it in. Inu in. It's going to be suppressed. The damage is going to come in. Rilver trying to support, trying to come in. ASD taking extremely low. They had the upper hand against Inu with the good combo chain.
The Xiaoying's reinforcement is right on spot with the waves together. Inu safely doing damage to the towers down below, and the middling Jerry.
Wei Yang just shouldering all the turret damage.
There's no place safe for SCARZ member. Wherever and whenever you're standing, you're always being spotted. And once you saw a member from AG, you'll be aimed.
It was such a good combo from the Lumber and Yixing, right? Like, it was such a good combo.
Yeah.
Sadly for them, the damage was not enough to just get Inu out of it. Ice jumping in as well is very critical, crucial for them to
Good
survive.
bodyguard, right?
Good bodyguarding. Armageddon one more time. Ice is going to fall, is going to go for Jerry. Crucial team fight tank.
Yeah, AG is definitely stepping like way too far.
Right? I was gonna say exactly the same. It just gives me the feeling that they know that they have an advantage, and they're starting to open a little bit for SCARZ.
But the damage, like the personal goal for Ma Chao, Yian will become invincible in the future, like late games. The damage from Ma Chao.
It's just that in the moment that he starts piling kills, right? In the moment that he starts piling kills, and then the moment that he starts piling on items, that damage just starts snowballing very quick.
AG only have to make sure of like two things. First one was like Enos is alive all the time, and the next one constantly giving like Yian Ma Chao the vision in the bush, so that Yian can do a lot of damage onto whoever he saw. Got it. There's no Velvet. Well, Velvet
Dribbler push back.
Well, Velvet.
AG wants to control the red buff one more time.
And the waves down there is already.
Waves colliding. The turret's going to fall.
They don't even need the help and the assistance of Zhou. Like 4 against 5.
Look at that. Zhou coming in, cleaning the way. Green light for Agutua to take the blue buff. Rotating one more time, pushing against the mid lane turret.
And Yixing has already used up the ultimate shrine to clean the waves, so that SCARZ have to choose to retrieve a little bit more to the high ground.
Look at that, it's just the way, the timing that the AG is using right now. It's just close to perfect. The rotations between mid lane to bottom, right over there, clockwork. Really, real clockwork.
Like the game actually started in nearly 20 seconds, where you see like the both junglers are being invaded. One side, like Wei Yang, doing solo, steal away the red, and the other side, 3 members of AG getting the mid wave like cleaned out and rush directly to your blue. They leave like SCARZ no time to respond. And after you finally figure out, wow, we have enemies in our jungle, boom,
that's it.
Shield off your
It's
jungle.
gone.
Yeah, it's gone, vanished.
In the moment that you realize that, there's nothing for you to do.
It's too late.
Exactly.
Even though like Autumn really like performed so well, even gaining like SCARZ its solo kill against Eno. But,
it's good. Like I feel like Autumn is playing a really good game in what he can do, right?
Yeah. He really did his best.
It comes from old SCARZ team members that they're really trying. Like you can see that they're really trying their best in terms of trying to stand a chance against them. Look at that, Ian trying to run away. Constantly knew that if Ian would want to, he could turn around and counterattack.
Yeah, I've been talking about this for a lot of times.
Yeah.
We can, in total, there's like 4 lanes in total, like top 1, mid lane, bottom lane, and including the jungle area, we counted like 4 lanes. You have to gain at least 2 lanes advantages in order to trying to have like 50% of the map control. And now, from the very beginning, they only have 1. That's the reason why they're losing.
Look at that, the Armageddon comes in trying to push AG players back, but it's not gonna be enough. Troyu is going to fall, but then EC is going to be suppressed down.
Another super soldier in the mid. It's
Super soldiers already coming in. It's difficult for SCARZ to clean this wave. At is going to fall.
Building alive, waiting the wave to push in. Ma Chao managing the bottom lane wave. I think AG is looking to end this game in the short amount of time.
They want to finish it right now. And that's gonna be it.
3 points.
3 points for Chengdu AG. Congratulations in their victory against SCARZ.
I mean, another easy one. After like watching the game between Impunity and YaLLa Esports, I think this one also demonstrate how like mature AG as a team is
The distance, right?
in Group C.
Like
The
a little bit of
huge
the
gap
distance.
between each teams.
The gap is in there. The gap is just showed pretty clear in these two matches. Sadly for SCARZ, who came in very motivated, trying their very best to show, right, to show a little bit more, and they wanted to come up with a better result. Sadly for them, AG was just having another of those AG days, no?
I mean, they are obviously facing a lot of difficulties during the game, but I think one answer is so clear. You only need more time. So AG, most of the KPL players, they have used nearly 5 years to perform this good. And you can do a little calculation, how many times and days have you been practicing in this like honor pins? You just have to make sure, stay focused, practice all the time. And after like 3 years more, you'll be like them.
It's just a matter of just keep working,
just a matter
not
of
giving
time.
up.
You will grow to be like them. And you know, as a fighter, I always think that if you have a role model, just like look up to study, to try to mimic, it will always be a good solution to that. Have a clear vision of what you're gonna be like will also always be better than to facing a difficulty without no answer.
That's something important. I like the way that you put it in there, right? Like their opportunity of just coming in and just being able to measure like how their progress is going against teams like AG, right? That's having an amazing performance, just being gigantic right now during the qualifiers. It is just gonna be good experiences for them just to know exactly what's the direction that they need to take.
Yeah, so there's a lot of esports players who like professioned in Honor of Kings battles, but very rare of them would have the actual chances to have this kind of fight versus the best team from KPL. This is one of the best precious time for them, trying to grow, trying to learn something more. I really think they should take this as a very good like pressure to gain. You don't want to give anything up. You don't want to waste any time. You are learning throughout the very second to the last.
Cups are either half full or half empty. Depends on your perspective. MVP for today, AG Ian. Lovely. That match how just kept building and building and building since the beginning of the game, right? And at the end of it, it was just impossible. That's the thing about this character. Like in the moment that you have a little advantage, and as the time goes, impossible to stop.
I really remember Jerry's name. Because after like 8 matches, Jerry is one of the most miserable players, obviously, during the game.
Yeah, he's had a very tough one.
Like for other junglers, they will start jungling with even like at least one buff available. But in this match, no colors appearing. No color, completely no sight of the jungler remaining. That's
it's going
very
to be
hard to
It's
imagine.
going to be a very big challenge for Jerry, right? As
Very
he's
hard
going
to
to be
imagine.
moving forward into the next games. How he's going to try
Yeah,
to be
don't
able
get defeated.
to stop that from
Don't
happening.
lose
right?
your faith.
Actually, if you try to see it, trying to see it from the positive end, right? Like trying to see it from a positive angle, the fact that it happened during game 1, during day 1, game 1, it's actually a good thing. It's just a huge slap to your face of reality. Go back and try to come up with a solution. Imagine if this would have happened on the last day. Like it needed to happen right now. They still have time. They still can do it. They just need time to try to come up with a strategy, to try to come up with a solution.
I mean, time is really needed because they're considered to be the best throughout the Wildcard qualifiers. So, got defeated so easily against AG. This gap is huge. They need definitely time to trying to manifest this kind of situation. That's why they have like Kograss as a coach. Kograss is a very professional and a very experienced coach. I think he will have the ability to fix this.
We've talked a lot about SCARZ. Let's talk about Chengdu AG. It's already their 10th win in a row. Does that put them as contestants for the championship?
Putting the record, setting this record into like double digits, all 10 winning in the one roll. And if we like see more of the schedules, maybe they're looking for more. 11, 12, 13 maybe.
can they make it to 15? That's gonna be their first. That's gonna be their first objective, right? Like to see if they can actually make it to 15 victories.
Because Group C is quite special, we have Chengdu AG, like SCARZ from Japan, and Red Canids from Brazil area, and the other will be like also a KPL team, Foshan DRGGK. I would say this group is a highly competitive one. I think each like teams from different areas are quite good ones. I'm really looking forward to the first battle of Red Canids.
Let's hope and see that Red Canids is going to show us some very nice and interesting surprises. Let's move into the after-match interviews right now. Let's see who we have.
Hello, Yan， 跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是成都 AG 常会易安。
Hello, so nice to meet you, Yan. What do you feel after this like BO2 very first time? 这是我们第一次打 BO2啊，就是这个赛制，包括今天打完有什么感觉吗？
打完就跟 BO1其实差不多吧，就是能玩2个英雄。这就是差别。
All right, we feel pretty much the same when we are doing the BO1 format. The only difference is I get to play 2 heroes.
Yep.
那接下来在这个小组赛的阶段，会期待和谁交手呢？同组的话，还有 Red Canids， 还有 GK。
那肯定是佛山 DK， 佛山 DRG GK。
原因呢？自己多说一点吧。
因为那个他们的对抗路很强，百兽。
All right.
想跟他交手切磋一下。
So which particular team would you like to go in against the best? So the answer will be Foshan DRGGK definitely because they have a very good like top laner. I was really looking forward to do the combats 101 solos against 百兽。OK， 谢谢易安接受我们采访，谢谢易安，加油哦！百兽。
Ian against Bei Dao. That's gonna be a good matchup.
Do you have any like preference?
Well, after seeing Ian performing today, well, like he looks like he's on spot. Like he's totally spot on. It depends on what Bei Dao has been doing since they won in round 1. So we're gonna have to wait for that one.
I really like the vibe that Ian brought to us. You know, very young, very challenged,
and very chill at the same time.
Very chill. I get to play 2 heroes.
Nanjing Hero 2-0 against Gen.G Esports, FUTNOVA Esports. That drew against Bacon time, right?
So each team and each group have performed 1 match for today. But we'll be facing a lot of more like better ones in the future. So stay tuned for tomorrow's matchups. It's gonna be awesome.
Tomorrow's matchups: SCARZ against Red Canids, Shanghai EDGM against YaLLa Esports, Beijing Weibo against Bacon Time, and Nanjing Hero against Wuhan E-Star Pro. That's gonna be fire.
Well, that's one thing we should all together like witness because, as I said before, there's a lot of stories. They're like true buddies, standing side by side, fight for the glory, and they actually won the champion together.
They used to be teammates, and right now they're gonna be opponents on the other side of the valley. Let's wait and see what tomorrow that game between Nanjing Hero and Wuhan E-Star Pro is going to bring us, right?
So excited.
A lot more stories, a lot more everything that we're going to have. Day 1 started being an amazing day. We saw a lot of very good performances. We saw 2 zeros. We had even a draw for the first time in our BO2 history, right?
1 point to each group.
Exactly. Well, thanks everyone for being here with us today. I'm totally sure that tomorrow is going to be an even better day than today. Well, it's going to be it for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. I'm Isaac Pena.
I'm TianYun.
Hope
see
to
you tomorrow.
Bye.